out here. I don't think I'm going to be able to do How the Heck Are You?
All right.
Because I am in the middle of the floor, surrounded by rooms, and this is not.
It's not the Four Seasons.
No, it is not. It's an airport Hilton Garden Inn, and it's really run down. And
so what you're saying is you need the lefty out of the bullpen?
I really don't want to.
All right, I'll do it. A lot of pressure to do it in front of you. That's what I'll say on the air, too.
Hell, I have a migraine. You can do whatever you want. Paula, I'm in Louisville. I woke up, it was 9. It's currently 11. Look at Bo Nix with his Bronco-colored hearts. Ambient there. Ambient is feeling it. Big week for Irish football, Notre Dame and the Broncos. Whew. Whew.
That'll Paula. Leave that cold weather. It's cold here. I'd stay in Michigan.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. I come at you from Louisville, Kentucky, where it is 11 degrees. I'm in a hotel room surrounded by other hotel rooms. The walls are kind of thin, so we're going to have to go to the bullpen.
That means I have to do in front of David something I've never done before, and that is, how the heck are you? Miller and Moulton.
MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Doing a little college basketball broadcasting over the next 72 hours. Hoping to manage it around a winter storm. That same storm that I think is coming through the Dallas-Fort Worth area today, okay, makes its way, I believe. I believe it's the same storm. I think it's just the top part of it. But anyway, southern Indiana, northwest, and northern Kentucky going to get 3 to 6 inches of snow all day tomorrow.
Make a snow angel for me, David.
Okay.
Or throw a snowball at somebody.
Well, that I can do. My grandmother Moulton, my dad's mom, she used to make a couple of snowballs in January and put them in the freezer. And she would, throughout the course of the summer, because her house was located in amongst a construction business. It was. My grandfather worked there forever. And there was a house, and they lived in it rent-free, but they were also the security. So they had to chase people off of the property, hence the guns that were always by the door. And so my grandmother, nice person, but had a little sense of humor to her. And once a month throughout the summer, she would grab one of the snowballs in the freezer and go out to her porch, and she would peg somebody with it.
That's a hard snowball.
Is it ever?
Not the same snowball
No.
that you're compacting in your hands that explodes upon connection. This is an ice ball.
This
is a baseball.
Yes.
That's ice.
Yeah. It hurt by June, July, and August. Yes, it did. So you want me to make snowballs? Okay. Maybe I'll have somebody, videotape me doing a snow angel or something. But that's it's been a while since I've been somewhere where it was snowing. I mean, when you move to Florida, you don't get a lot of snowing.
No, you do not. No, you do not, David. That is a fact. So I'm watching a little hoop last night. I had my daughter's softball tryouts in the freezing temperatures of Southwest Florida that were a joy in and of itself.
Now, did you watch your favorite game, which is the 6:30 FS1 game, or did you watch the big hyped NBA game?
Both, actually. Okay. I had a split screen. I had the games on split screen. I missed most of the first half of UConn, Connecticut. But to tell you, one, how good Vegas is, and two, why gambling's a bad idea, even though Miller and Moulton are huge proponents of gambling.
Right. We love it.
Connecticut was a 1.5-point dog.
Correct.
At Villanova. So it was not one of our system plays.
Nope.
Because the ranked team was on the road, was actually an underdog. They have 3 chances in the final 30 seconds to score. Missed a shot, rebound went out of bounds, it was their ball. Block shot, went out of bounds, it was there. It was and then it was a foul. UConn player misses 2 free throws. UConn is a 1.5-point underdog. The score is 67-66, I believe. And UConn misses 81% free throw shooter, goes up, misses both.
Mm-hmm.
Connecticut grabs the rebound.
Foul.
And is going to dribble it out. No, they're going to dribble it out.
Oh, Nova, you mean? Grabs the rebound.
Nova grabs the rebound. They're looked like they had a break to dribble it out. One of the players called timeout.
Oh,
2
boy.
seconds left. Nova has to inbound the ball. Well,
Right.
of course, what happens after they inbound the ball?
Foul.
They get fouled.
Uh-huh.
Kid makes 1 of 2.
There you go.
68-66. It's a cover for Nova.
Yes, it is. By half a point. I'm sure SVP was all over it last night in his bad beat segment. And if not, he'll have it by the weekend. That is for sure.
But Nova with a big win. Fun game. The NBA game delivered last night that we talked about. And I know we don't open with basketball, and we'll get to football in 45 seconds. But we told you about 2 basketball games last night. Nova in Connecticut and the big NBA game between Oak City and Cleveland. And for a change, both games delivered. They were really good.
What, they have over 30 lead changes in Cleveland. No team led by double digits throughout the game. I think the biggest lead was 9. Cleveland hit a floater in the final minute to go up 5, and then OKC with a couple of misses and some fouls, and Cleveland wins by 7.
But they were in the 120s, so from a scoring standpoint, it
Right.
was entertaining. It was not. And, they shot a lot of threes because they always do in that league. But it wasn't a game, to me, that was chucking 1 3 after another. There was ball possession. There was movement. There was passing. There was great plays on both ends. It was a fun game. The NBA delivered last night.
In other words, it looked and felt like a playoff game.
Yeah.
Because they shoot less threes in the playoffs. Funny how that works. That apparently
They chucked up a lot of threes. I mean, Cleveland was 42%. They shot 36. Oklahoma City shot 31. They were 33, 35%, something like that. So they shot a decent amount of threes, but they moved the ball. It wasn't dribble down, chuck a 3, and come back. It was passing. It was movement. It was flow. Good game. And Oklahoma City most nights brings it.
Mm-hmm.
SGA plays most nights. He's not a load management guy, and they bring it. For those of you that don't like the NBA, I get it. I totally get it. But last night delivered.
Good. Hope people watched. I mean, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, usually not a ratings draw, but when the 2 teams combined were 61-9 entering the game? Only like the 3rd time, I think, the teams met, and they each had double-digit win streaks going when they met. And so Oklahoma City's 15-game winning streak was snapped. Cleveland holds serve at home, and who knows, this could be the finals.
I take 7 of those right now.
Okay. There you go. The NBA would need it, because I don't think people would start paying attention until that series was 2-2.
6 people would watch, David. It would be a ratings disaster. And Oklahoma City, more than likely, is going to represent the West.
Well,
they're the best team in the West. Cleveland's got to get through Boston. That'll be a tough task because Boston is the champs. They have the pedigree and all of those things. But Oklahoma City is the best team in the West.
Yep. We said that before the season started. We both picked Oklahoma City to represent the West. Not a sexy pick, but we went with it. And yeah, depending on how it shakes out also, Cleveland has a Knicks problem, and everybody in the East has a Boston problem. So could be fun. We'll see who's playing though. I mean, when I was preparing the starting 5, a whole bunch of he didn't play.
Well, OKC has Chet Holmgren out, and they're still playing as well as they are without arguably their second best player. So
he's legitimately hurt though.
No, he's hurt. It
Right.
wasn't load managed, but I mean, they're still giving a great effort without their second best player.
Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, but the headline today is the game tonight in Miami. Mark will be there. His 2 favorite teams, Penn State and Notre Dame. And by 2 favorite teams, I mean there's not a team in all of sports, pro or college, that Mark Miller dislikes more than Notre Dame.
That's true. That's true. I love their helmets, though. Got to be honest. When Notre Dame goes on the field with those gold helmets, I said it to you when we went to the Alabama game a dozen years ago. Like,
You
man,
did.
they look great.
Yep. You did say you tapped me on the arm, and I looked over at you, and you said, "I hate them, but man, they look good." That was a good-looking game. Okay,
Yes.
if you like classic uniforms, Notre Dame's classic uniform, and obviously Alabama with the whatever red and white I'm sorry, crimson and white ensemble they're going to go with, looks good. That is for sure. But huge game tonight, I feel. I mean, there's no way. If you had said to both schools before the season starts, hey, Notre Dame, yeah, you're going to make the playoff. You're going to go to the semis. And when you get there, you're going to get Penn State. And now turn it around and say the same thing to James Franklin. Hey, you're going to make the playoff. Yeah, don't worry about it. And you're going to make it to the semis. Oh, wow, great. Who are we going to get there? So SEC power, Ohio State? No, you're going to get Notre Dame. Really? Huh. I mean, these are two very comparable programs. Very comparable. Recruit many of the same kids. Penn State hasn't played in a game like this in nearly 30 years. For Notre Dame, this will be the fourth time in 13 seasons, actually, they've played in a game like this. For all the people dogging Notre Dame, Brian Kelly did take Notre Dame to 3 playoffs. I mean, all Freeman has done is match what Brian Kelly did 3 times. But now, here we go. Here we go. Notre Dame,
is your
Penn
kind
State.
of football game too, David. This is who can establish the run. What defense can dominate the line of scrimmage? How can they force the other to do something they don't want to do?
This feels like a one-play game to me. Is the play a turnover? Is the play a special teams mishap or return? This feels like a one-play game to me. And you don't know when the play is going to be. And therefore, the tension just builds throughout. Notre Dame favored by what? Officially now it's 1.5. Got as high as 2.5. Settling back down to 1.5. So it's a virtual pick 'em. Winner plays for the Natty. Either Notre Dame or Penn State is going to play for the national championship.
And tonight at the Orange Bowl, they settle it. 2 teams that are very similar. Can't stress it enough. Both want to do the same things in the game. And who will be able to put their will upon the other? Gary Danielson in a little more than an hour to help us break down the Orange Bowl on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Can you hear the fan?
No.
Okay. Yeah, ambient. I said the Cavs have a Knicks problem. Whether the Knicks are going to be the 3 or the 4. I mean, if they can all get healthy and get their acts together. I mean, Cleveland, Boston, the Knicks, Milwaukee, Philly. Nobody will want to play the Pacers. They're a pain. Okay, Brown Chicken, you're the first person yesterday or today to say that you thought the TGL was fun.
Brown Chicken. I would love to. Now, that I agree. I would love to play at it. That would be a riot. But they ain't going to let the public go play these. They're not going to build these like they're building Topgolfs. Because think about it. You literally could only play a foursome at a time, if you will, because there's only one green. I'm with you. It would look fun on a day like today to go play the TGL course. That I agree with. And it might be better in person. I did not like it on TV, Brown Chicken, personally.
Ambient, I'll say this. If Dallas were to get healthy, you get Kyrie and Luka, Dallas is a problem, particularly in the playoffs. They got 2 guys who can score at any time, and they got 2 guys who can get to the line. That's a problem. Close games down the stretch. Was it mathematically over, Ryan? Because don't you have the hammer where you could double a hole? And so is that Coach of the Year? The last line to win Coach of the Year? Hell, I have no idea. I mean, Fonts couldn't have won it.
No.
I mean, the 91 team did win 12 games, but yeah. I'd vote Dan Campbell, Coach of the Year. Sorry, Andy. Sorry, McDermott. But yeah. No.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, our system didn't work last night.
No, our system got blown out.
All right. We only had one play that fit the system. 8th-ranked Alabama, big favorite on the road against South Carolina. We always take the home dog in college hoops against the ranked team. And I think we were getting like 13 too. And Alabama said, yeah, we got this at halftime.
I was going to say, I don't even know if we got that to the – I don't even know if we would have covered at half.
No.
When Alabama's on and they can score, they're a really good team.
Illinois and Alabama both. All right. Right now, the Illini have it cooking. When the Illini get it cooking, they're scary good. They really are. And you could say, well, when everybody gets it, certain teams' A game actually is a little frightening. Illinois and Alabama, because, man, they are buckets when they're rolling. Like last night, I think Illinois put like a 21-2 run on Penn State without their leading scorer. Oh, by the way. And they just whacked them. So it's been a terrific college hoop season. Really has. I know most of you haven't paid any attention to it. Start. Okay. It's been terrific. This should be a really good tournament. This should be a good next 12 weeks of college basketball.
I agree. I mean, we brought up Illinois and Alabama. I mean, you've still got the big dogs. I mean, Connecticut lost last night, but when March rolls around, I expect them to be right there again.
Did you hear what Danny Hurley said after the game? You know, what are you going to say to the guy who missed the 2 free throws there at the end? How are you going to console him? And he said, well, I'm going to tell him to do what I did after we lost the 3 in a row in Maui. I took out my 2 championship rings and I just played with him for a half hour. He said, and after that, I felt better.
I could see how he would.
Yeah, exactly. How bad can life be? I don't know. This is for my left hand. This is for my right. It can't be that bad. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I would like to be assured that Jordan Love's going to be able to play, if you know what I mean. Because Jordan Love's going to start. But Jordan Love was limited to practice yesterday, and Jordan Love said, yeah, the tingling, the numbness in my elbow's gone. I can feel my elbow. The problem is I can feel my elbow. It hurts. It's sore. Throwing the ball is not fun right now. Now, that was Wednesday at practice. The game's not until Sunday afternoon. I mean, you know, that's almost 100 hours from when he was talking to the media. You know, you'll get constant treatment and all that. But, Mark, that's a game where, you know, I know Watson's out for Green Bay and all that. But to be honest with you, he caught less than 2 passes a game. But he was a deep threat. Okay, he could stretch the field. And will they miss him? Sure, having him on the field would help him. But I'm fascinated with the Packers because I just get the feeling, Mark, if they can get one, they can go on a run. Because they haven't been able to beat the upper echelon. Well, their road in the playoffs is likely to be nothing but the upper echelon. You know, they get Philly. If they win, they're going to get Detroit.
Right.
And so, you know, they lost twice to Detroit, twice to Minnesota, once to Philly. You know, take the Bears loss last week and just put it to the side. I mean, Green Bay's proven basically, if you're anybody but the big 3 in the NFC, we can beat you. So what if they finally beat one of the big 3? Don't you think they just go to Detroit and go, okay, it's our turn to get revenge on these guys?
Absolutely. I do think Alexander being out's a big factor against these good teams. He had the ability to take, half the field essentially and shut it down by himself. And that element not being there against teams like Philadelphia,
Right.
who has two good receivers, like Detroit, who has a great one and a really solid two.
Right.
That's my worry for the Packers.
I agree. Like, I think they would have put Jair on Devontae, and they would have said, just try to take him away. We'll double AJ. You work on Devontae, and then we'll see what we can do. But Jalen Hurts, by all accounts, looked great at practice yesterday. I know he's still in concussion protocol. Yeah, they cut their fourth-string quarterback 2 days ago. Okay? Jalen Hurts is playing. Jalen Hurts will be fine. Now, I don't know if Jalen will play well, but Jalen will play, and he will be fine. So you're going to hear 2-3 days of Jalen Hurts and concussion protocol. They don't cut Ian Book if they have any worry in the world about Jalen Hurts.
Just got to wonder from a game perspective if there's any rust there early, particularly in the first half, and if Green Bay can take advantage of that.
But I love the NFC playoff matchups week 1. And there's a chance that the Vikings and Rams game gets moved because of the fires. And it's not that SoFi is in danger of the fires, but from an air quality standpoint, and SoFi is not an enclosed dome. We've talked about this before. It's open air on the sides. It looks enclosed, but it's not. I mean, the Chargers yesterday had limited practice time because they didn't want their players outdoors for too long. That's how unhealthy the air is. The Rams, since they're not playing until Monday, they're not practicing for the first time until today. They gave the guys an extra day off. But there's a chance that game gets moved to Phoenix. And I don't know about you, Mark, but I don't think that's a call that you make at 4 o'clock on Sunday.
No.
I mean,
I would think by tomorrow they've got to figure out what they're going to do with that, David.
Yes. I mean, the first things first is that both teams can get there and get all their stuff there and what have you. And I'm with you. I think they'd have to let them know by close of business tomorrow.
And for the record, the Kings Calgary Flames game in the NHL last night was postponed because of the LA wildfires.
And I believe the Lakers are scheduled to play tonight. And I don't know if they're home or on the road, but I think they're home, and not many people think the game's going to happen. Listen, apparently the air quality has to be under 150. At SoFi yesterday, the air quality was 281. I have no idea what that means. I'm just relaying you, what they said. Now, do I think the NFL would play a game with unhealthy air quality? Hell yeah. Absolutely. I mean, come on. We really think the NFL cares about player safety. However, 70,000 fans, 75, 80,000 fans. I mean, Mark, I don't know how you feel. I don't think the NFL gives a damn about the players. Okay. But I'm just wondering, would the NFL open themselves out to a lawsuit if the air quality is technically around 300 when the game's played?
There you go, David. There you go. They've handled their player concussion lawsuits and all of those things. But packing a bunch of fans into an unsafe environment really opened yourself up. And I think the NFL cares a little bit about their look, if you know what I mean. And it might be a really bad look to play this game when all the other leagues are canceling games in the LA area.
And the other thing, and Mark, you have experience with this because you've worked for organizations and you put on big events and what have you, but the number of cops that you need for security and this, that, and the other thing. Well, I mean, don't we think that all first responders right now are all hands on deck for something a little more important than the Rams and Vikings game? The starting five is next.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I'm at the softball last night talking to one of the dads that I know. Our daughters have played on the same team before. And he's got 3 kids. And he said he took his 2 boys to the FGCU game. The only reason he knew it was because they drove past the sign.
That's hysterical.
I was dying.
Did you tell John?
I didn't tell John. I told him the story about John. But he says the same thing, because you go to the game, you can sit anywhere you want. There's no one there.
Yep. Who in our Twitch chat room asked about Floor Meisters in Venice? I just text TJ from Floor Meisters on your behalf. I'll find out if he can take care of you. And the answer is yes. Okay. TJ wants me to give you his cell. I don't know if I want to do that in the Twitch chat room, but
No.
So if he texts you at 21,000, could you do it?
Yes.
So EB Hill, text Mark.
Well, EB, you've emailed me before. I mean, shoot me an email again. That would be better. EB, shoot me another. Yeah, thank you. I get so many damn emails. I don't know where it is.
And thank you, EB, and all of you who try to, use our sponsors. That helps us out, and we appreciate it. And they do also.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, Gary Danielson will join us 1 hour from now, and we'll talk Notre Dame, Penn State. Not exclusively. We'll get his thoughts on Ohio State and Texas and maybe a few other things. But Gary saw Penn State, I believe, 4 times and Notre Dame twice this year. So want to get his thoughts on the semifinal tonight at the Orange Bowl. Ohio State, Texas tomorrow. Penn State, Notre Dame tonight. Mark will be in attendance, and we'll preview it in depth with Gary Danielson 1 hour from now. Right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, we touched upon it last segment. The devastating and destructive wildfires in Los Angeles have the attention of the NFL because Monday, the Rams are scheduled to host the Vikings. And while I believe SoFi is like 10 miles away from where the fires are, the NFL is monitoring the situation and particularly the air quality. And plan B is Glendale, the greater Phoenix area where the Arizona Cardinals play. Anything over 150 on the air quality index is considered unhealthy. Well, yesterday, the air quality outside SoFi was 281. So we'll see. The game can't be pushed back to any further day. It's going to be played Monday. It's going to be on ABC. It's just a matter of if the Vikings and Rams are going to play in LA or if they're going to play in Phoenix. Jalen Hurts practiced yesterday. By all accounts, quote, looked sharp, unquote. He is still technically in concussion protocol. That seems to be pretty procedural. They cut their fourth-string quarterback, Ian Book, on Tuesday. Also, Kenny Pickett's banged up. I don't even know if Kenny Pickett's going to be listed as the backup. McKee might be listed as the backup for the Eagles playoff game with the Packers on Sunday. And speaking of the Packers, Jordan Love, quote, limited, unquote, at practice with his sore right elbow. Love, in his own words, said, well, after the injury happened on Sunday and most of the day Monday, I had numbness and tingling in the elbow and couldn't really feel it. Now I can feel it. The problem is I can feel it, and it's sore. And that's why right now throwing is not, ideal. And when you're the starting quarterback, and he's the healthiest of their top two quarterbacks, because Malik Willis is even more banged up than Jordan Love. 49ers announced yesterday they plan to release defensive tackle Javon Hargrave. They're going to make him a post-June 1st cut. He's going to count $8.6 million on next year's cap, and then he's going to count $17.5 million on the 2026 cap. They said they have no plans to release Debo. Here's the problem, though. Even if they trade Debo, all that bonus money gets tacked on immediately. Cutting or trading oftentimes is essentially the same thing. And that would be like a $30 million cap hit for the Niners. So, we thought, Mark, that they were going to have to move Debo when they gave Ayuk all the money. They may have to sign Debo actually to an extension to try to lower the cap hit or make him more tradable than he is right now. Niners also said that, we're going to sit down very soon with Brock Purdy, and we're going to get this deal done. We want him. He wants to stay. We're going to get it done. Okay.
Right. Be very similar to Miami if that's the case, David. A lot of money and 2 receivers and a quarterback if you look at how their roster's put together.
Also, Teron Armstead likely headed to retirement. We don't know how much longer Trent Williams is going to play for the Niners. Just curious, do you have a line in the sand with Purdy if you're the Niners, if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan? Because it's one thing to say we're going to get this done, we're going to get this done soon, but you might be thinking $42 million a year, and he's thinking $52 million a year.
Somehow 45 was in my head.
The Cousins deal?
That would be a fair contract.
So Cousins signed 4 for $180 with the Falcons.
I think that's a fair deal for Purdy.
Okay. It's college football news, but it's also related to the NFL. It was reported yesterday that the Raiders and others have reached out to Bill Belichick to see if he's interested in one of their head coaching vacancies. Can I just have a sidebar with you right now, Mark? Just you and I here. Were these teams not aware that he was available throughout the season, that you could have talked to him at any time? Like, the Jets and the Saints and the Bears, you fired your coaches. I mean, you could have talked to anybody who was unemployed at any time. You couldn't talk to Vrabel. He was employed by the Browns till last week. But you could have talked to Pete Carroll. You could have talked to Bill Belichick. Belichick, to his credit, said, "Come on, guys, I just committed to North Carolina. No, I'm not going to the NFL." I contend, Mark, there's only one team he'd bolt North Carolina for.
And that's the New York Giants.
Yeah. I mean, he has said it's his dream job. These are not my words. These are his. Orange Bowl tonight, Miami. Notre Dame, 1.5-point favorite against Penn State. Kickoff, be ready, 7:30 is when they're talking kickoff. We'll see if they stick with that. I hope this isn't a ploy just to get everybody to watch 30 minutes earlier. But it's listed at 7:30, a few minutes after. So keep that in mind.
I hope so.
Notre Dame, of course, having beaten Georgia to get to the semis. Penn State, a road, not as difficult. They beat SMU and Boise. James Franklin slipped up yesterday. I don't think it was intentional, but once he did it, I do think everything he said after that was intentional. You know how, Mark, coaches get into their coach speak mode? And I thought James Franklin was just giving the stereotypical, coach speak answer. And, we're just here representing our conferences. And then he realized, oh, yeah, they're not in a conference, which then got him to say, well, as we know, they're not in a conference. And I really think there should be uniformity in college football. I think everybody should be in a conference. I think either we need to make a decision. We're playing conference championship games or we're not. And I think all conferences should play the same number of conference games.
I agree with everything he said.
So anyway, some Notre Dame fans may take that as him disparaging Notre Dame. James Franklin also last week said he thought Nick Saban should be the commissioner of college football. So James has some opinions, and you know how it works. When you're winning, we put microphones in front of you, and you get to expound those opinions. NBA, nice game in Cleveland last night. Two best teams by record in the league. Oklahoma City took their 15-game winning streak to Cleveland and lost 129-122 to the Cavs, whose win streak is now 11. By the way, the Cavs, Mark, at 32-4, have the fifth best record in NBA history 36 games into the season. These are the teams that had better records than the Cavs right now at 32-4. The 2016 Warriors, who won the 73 games, lost in the finals in 7 to Cleveland, ironically. But the Warriors were 34-2. And then how about this trifecta? Chamberlain's 67 Sixers team, which I believe won 68 games and stopped the Celtics dynasty. The 72 Lakers with Wilt Chamberlain. And remember, they had the 33-game winning streak, which is still the longest in NBA history.
Ironically, that streak was broken today by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the Bucs.
And Michael, first full year unretired in 96. That Bulls team that won, what was it, 70, 71, something like that? Yeah. So those three teams were 33-3. The Cavs are 32-4. Karl Anthony Towns, 27 points, 13 rebounds. Knicks beat the Raptors 112-98. And apparently there was a melee in the crowd at Madison Square Garden.
In the crowd, yes. I mean, no malice in the palace. Nothing like that.
No, apparently the players turned around and were like, look at them go at it.
Yeah, it was low seats.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it was the high price seats at the Garden. It wasn't like it was
right
up somewhere high. I'm watching the video and there's Brunson watching the fight.
Right. No Embiid, no Paul George. We just feel it's important to point out when they're playing and when they're not. And yet the Sixers still beat the Wizards because that's how bad the Wizards are, 109-103. No Jokic for Denver. No Kawhi for the Clippers. Denver beat the Clippers 126-103. Damian Lillard with 26. Giannis, 25 points, 16 rebounds, 8 assists. Seems like a pretty good day at the office. Bucs beat the Spurs 121-105. Wembanyama had 10 and 10. College hoops. We talked about it earlier. Villanova holds off UConn. They have some of the best wins in the country and some of the worst losses. Nova 68-66 over the 9th-ranked Huskies. Mark, did you see the halftime score in Kansas between Arizona State and the Jayhawks?
I did not, David.
Late first half, Arizona State had like a 9-10 point lead.
Okay.
Turned out to be they had a 6-point lead at the half. Yeah, Mark, they lost by 19. Kansas outscored Arizona State 38-13 in the second half.
Would have liked to have been in the locker room for that halftime speech.
Yes. Game of the night in Norman, Oklahoma. A&M down 18 in the second half. They hit a 3 with 19 seconds to go. They beat the Sooners 80-78. A battle of top 20 teams. 10th-ranked Aggies with the win. Alabama, ranked 8th in the country, cruised on the road at South Carolina 88-68. And Ole Miss hadn't won in Fayetteville in 10 years. They went and beat John Cal and the Razorbacks 73-66. Ole Miss nationally ranked. Arkansas is not. UCF held off Colorado in Orlando 75-74. Florida State, Leonard Hamilton's team improved to 11-4. They beat up on the Canes in Miami 80-65. Miami's 0-3 since Larinaga retired. FAU went to Charlotte, won by 11. Mark, Notre Dame has suffered back-to-back one-point losses to North Carolina and now NC State. They lost at home over the weekend to North Carolina on a 4-point play in the final seconds. Here, NC State came from 7 down with less than a minute to go to beat the Irish 66-65. And the Bonnies of St. Bonaventure not just lost for the second time this year, they were 14-1, but they didn't cover for just the second time this year. St. Louis beat the Bonnies 73-68. I think we have to load up on St. Bonaventure in their next game.
Fair enough. I like it.
14-2 overall, 13-2 against the number. They really going to lose 2 in a row and or not cover 2 in a row?
Getting all pissed off after losing to the Billikens.
NHL, Panthers over the Hockey Club in Utah 4-1. Washington in overtime beat Vancouver 2-1. Bad loss for the Avs.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard with the goal and assist. The Blackhawks at home beat Colorado 3-1. And as we mentioned earlier, they canceled the hockey game in Los Angeles because of the fires between Calgary and the Kings. Sony Open starts today in Hawaii on the PGA Tour. But, Mark, let's get to the important stuff. Over under 1 million. What do you think the ratings were for the TGL Tuesday night on the Four Letter Network?
Well, I just was reading about it before the show, so I know the answer to it. It was slightly under, just slightly.
Well, that's funny because the story I have said it was 1.2 million that they averaged for the 2 hours. That they highlighted at 3 million unique viewers, but that now it peaked really early. Like it was losing audience every 10 minutes. But so your story said under 1 million.
Yeah, from Sportico, it says it averaged 919,000 viewers via ESPN's flagship network.
Gotcha.
But a younger audience, it outdid the basketball game, and I think that's important. Their lead-in did like 750,000, so they did better than Pitt Duke, and I think that needs to be pointed out.
And we pointed that out that, most college basketball games don't do 1 million, and if the TGL can do around 1 million, they'll be thrilled. And that was the starting five big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton, Gary Danielson in 45 minutes. Thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Okay, only my first day. Yeah, about 5 minutes before you sent that comment, did we talk about Belichick, North Carolina, Las Vegas? Yeah, he said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying at North Carolina. But he didn't deny that some teams have reached out to him in the last few days. And I got to be honest with you, only my first day. Outside of Charles Oakley getting into a fight with Nick Security, I don't remember fans at the Garden fighting.
No.
And certainly not in the lower section there amongst the pretty people. And those seats are some serious coin, like the most expensive seats in the NBA. So and are these ratings, are they, used to hype things? Unfortunately, they're all we have. Like there's not an alternative rating system. A lot of people have been wanting there to be one for 20 years, but the only thing to me that's an alternative is now that we have streaming, you can literally count the clicks.
So for the record, David, the Tournament of Champions, the Century,
Uh-huh.
the final round averaged 461,000 viewers on the Golf Channel.
Yeah, well, Golf Channel.
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon going up against the NFL. The FGCU golfer who we talked to like a year or so ago, he got his PGA Tour card. He's in the Sony Open.
Frankie
Sappis.
Frankie Sappis. That's it. I knew it was an F. We need a poll question.
Notre Dame or Penn State?
Okay.
Who's going to win? Pius, you were really shocked Brady called Belichick? Who else does he know? So I played for 2 head coaches.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. I come at you from Louisville, where 2 hours ago it was 9 degrees. It's really warmed up now. It's 11. There's a winter storm advisory coming to Kentucky tomorrow. Apparently, they're going to get 3 to 6 inches of snow tomorrow. Huh.
David's going to either make snow angels or start a snowball fight with the basketball team.
Right. So, you know, you can find out right away on a team of any kind, those that grew up in the South and those that didn't. Because those that didn't will participate in the snowball fight. Those who grew up in the South want no part of it. They just go inside and they go, look at those fools. Man, that might be fun, but that's cold. So, yeah, I may have to do that, Mark, just to see, who's willing to take part.
Absolutely. I figure you walk in the back of a line and lob one towards the coaches and then blame one of the players for it.
Well, there's one coach I know well, so I have to hit him.
Exactly.
Right. Can't hit the guy standing around him. I've got to hit him. So, Mark coming from the cozy confines of Southwest Florida. He'll be driving across the alley this afternoon, taking in the Orange Bowl tonight.
Getting more fired up by the minute. I truly am. Hit me yesterday. I think this is going to be a really good game.
I'm too.
Excited.
I do too.
Started, had the little softball tryouts for the daughter last night, started running into a lot of the parents because now after several seasons of my daughter playing sports at these complexes, I know a lot of the folks there, and ran into a guy who's a big Notre Dame fan. And I'm like, you going tomorrow? And he's like, no, I was supposed to do this, that, and the other, and turned it down because he was planning on going to see Notre Dame play at Duke. And the storms are coming through, and he's now not going to make that trip in basketball. He's going to go to Cameron. He goes, so that's what I picked, and now I can't even do that. But just seeing, and he coached a team last year, and the softball league that my daughter plays in, they have all the teams pick a college team. For whatever reason, the kids wear a college team, whatever it may be. FGCU was a team that, was in the league. One of the coaches liked LSU. Well, this guy likes Notre Dame, so what team does his daughter play for? Notre Dame. And here are all these girls rolling in with their Notre Dame jerseys for the tryouts yesterday, and that's when it hit me. That's what it took. I'm like, it's Notre Dame at Penn State, man. These are blue bloods. This is a classic.
Well, and they used to be blue bloods, and they both have been longing to be blue bloods again. And now here we are in a new day and age. And I will think this, Mark. I believe we're going to have more of the schools who we put in the second tier a year ago. I mean, you know who the first tier was. The first tier was Ohio State, and because of what they did 3 years in a row, Michigan earned their way back into the first tier. Alabama, Georgia, at times LSU. But there's, Texas last year and now this year has earned their way back into the top tier. We still think of certain schools like USC as a top tier school, but the program actually isn't. And Mark, I think Notre Dame and Penn State have been more of a name than they've been a resume in recent years.
Penn State especially. I mean, you pointed out earlier, this is Notre Dame's fourth trip to the playoff in 13 years.
Right.
It's better than Michigan.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
far better than Penn State.
Well, yeah, goes without saying.
Right. But, Notre Dame and Penn State were even with Notre Dame making 2 semifinals under Brian Kelly, even with them playing for the BCS title in the 2012 season. In all 3 of those high-profile games, they got drilled. I mean, the games were over at halftime. All 3 of them. Done. Thanks for participating. And now here they are. And one of them's going to play for a natty. Think about what Penn State's gone through in the last 14 years. Think about what Notre Dame thinks and expects of themselves.
I do find a little bit of the irony of Notre Dame being where they are. And Notre Dame has never come out and said anything bad about the portal or NIL. I'm not trying to imply that. But Notre Dame has always thought of themselves, while being an independent, as a little bit above the rest of college football and how they do their business. Kids still have to attend classes. Their academics are not sacrificed for athletes. And yet, without portal quarterbacks, Notre Dame would not be where they are right now.
In fact, Mark, every player who I think stood out for them against Georgia was a transfer. I mean, Notre Dame hit the portal hard. I mean, and, hey, this is something that 2 Catholics can say. It's not like anything associated with the Catholic Church has ever had a problem with money. Okay. Now that the money is out in the open in college football, I mean, you really think Notre Dame's not going to be able to compete in this world? Seriously? Not only will they be able to compete, they're going to be like, we can compete better than we have in 40 years. We've been trying to play by the rules. That's why we couldn't get the kids to maybe get us to a natty. Wait a minute. Now we can get the kids who can take us to a natty? Seriously? All it takes is money? We got money.
Hell, what are we making in the game tonight? And how many players does that buy us for next year? Because as we've pointed out on this show, who's Notre Dame sharing tonight's their money with? Their draw from the Orange Bowl.
Well, to quote my co-host Mark Miller, earlier in the week, he said, the Pope. I've shared that line with a few people, by the way. All right. And I got to admit, I'm not sure that they are. They may have just kept them informed. Okay. But I'm not sure they're sharing a buck. So, but yes, everybody else has to split it with all their members of the conference. Penn State has to split the, 15 million tonight?
Right.
They have to basically every team in the Big Ten is going to get roughly $1 million because of Penn State playing in the semifinal. Yeah, Notre Dame gets the whole check. They don't share that with anybody. So this is 3 checks now Notre Dame's gotten out of this deal. And it's just ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching.
David, we have put up a poll question. It is a very simple one. There's no need to overthink today or tomorrow's poll question. Today's poll question is very simple. Notre Dame or Penn State? It's
There
up
we
at
go.
Miller_Moulton. I've retweeted it. David didn't know it was up, so he may be retweeting it as I speak right now, putting his vote in.
You're onto
The
something.
early voting has been 100% Notre Dame. 100%. Now, it's only a handful of votes because the poll question just came up. But I don't know anybody that thinks this is going to be a blowout. And yet and Bud Elliott yesterday on the show likes Penn State. For what it's worth, Bud said he took some Penn State at 2.5 right off the hop. So Miller and Moulton, I don't know where you are, David. I think Notre Dame's going to win tonight. I've said it all week. I think Notre Dame's going to win.
I'm picking Penn State. I'm rooting Notre Dame. I'm picking Penn State. I picked Penn State to play for the Natty at the beginning of the tournament. So I'm sticking with it. Love their draw. Thought, by the way, this would be the semi, though. Thought Notre Dame would get Georgia. because of the whole backup quarterback situation. But that's not the reason Notre Dame won, which is why the win to me was more impressive. It wasn't that the backup quarterback wasn't up to the task. It was that everybody around him wasn't up to the task.
And the dropping of balls was something we've seen all year long with Georgia, but getting beat up at the line of scrimmage was not. And Notre Dame, without their leading sacker on the season, not in the game, still able to get to the quarterback whenever they wanted to.
Don't be surprised if early in the game, if Notre Dame is running the ball and if they're struggling, that they keep running the ball. And you go, what are you doing? Open it up. Throw the ball. Mark, if I'm Marcus Freeman and I'm the Irish, don't you have to look at that Ohio State game tape? I mean, first off, you got to check out Notre Dame against a comparable team, an elite team. So you check out the Georgia tape. You check out, the Ohio State tape. But what did Ohio State do in that game? They effectively ran the ball. Remember how they won that game? Goal line stand and then ran the ball 13 plays in a row to run out the clock. And I've got to believe that Freeman and his staff and his players think if we keep pounding them, they'll break.
It's what they did again. I mean, they didn't run all that effectively against Georgia until the fourth quarter.
Right. But when you've got the lead, you can keep pounding it. Tell you what, though, they didn't throw for 100 yards, did they?
No.
I mean, that's the thing here. Notre Dame got points, got that whole sack, fumble, touchdown, and then the kickoff return for a touchdown. Penn State's going to look at that Georgia game tape and go, if we don't give up those two plays, how are they going to score? They threw the ball for 90 yards. Even if you think Georgia's defense is a little better than ours, what are they going to throw for against us? $150? That ain't going to win the game. At least that's what Penn State believes. Gary Danielson in 25 minutes. He saw Penn State 4 times this year, Notre Dame twice. Get his thoughts on the game coming up.
We'll talk some Bucs with Roy Cummings in the 8 o'clock hour and JP Shadrick to talk a little college and NFL football in the Diamond District bonus hour. It's Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So there are two little things in the show that only I laugh about. One of them, no one in the Twitch chat room or you ever hear. There's an ad that comes on, and it's always the first ad after ours, and I hear the very first words before I clip to where I don't have to listen to it. And it says, I guess you didn't know it. And every time I go, Devil went down to Georgia. And I go, guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. Every time the ad comes on. The other, you have to be a little bit of an old school hip hop fan. But David, at 8 o'clock most mornings, is halfway home. And I always go with Ice Cubes. Today was a good day, and my pager's still blowing up. And I say those lines in my head every time and smile. Thought I'd share. Morning, baby Jules.
It's partly cloudy and 10, ladies and gentlemen, here in Louisville.
I wonder if we've hit 50 yet. Yep, 50.
Yes, JDR, when we interviewed him, we said, you're going to have to lose Mom, aren't you? He said, yes.
Actually, 44. It's 50 in Miami. I was checking the Miami weather. It's going to be a little warmer in Miami than it is on this coast tonight.
So just a windbreaker, maybe?
No, winter coat.
See, when you say winter coat, I think like the Michelin Man.
No, I've got a more of a like ski jacket, if you will.
Whew. Yep, partly cloudy and 10 here in Louisville.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'm coming at you from Louisville. I'll be broadcasting some college basketball over the next few days. Before I head west, don't know if I'm heading to LA for the Rams and the Vikings or if the NFL is going to change course and send everybody to the greater Phoenix area, home of the Cardinals, to play this game because of the very unhealthy air that there is right now because of all the destructive and disastrous wildfires in Los Angeles. So we'll be paying attention to that.
I would think just from your hotel spot that you get in California versus Phoenix, you'd vote Arizona from a personal standpoint.
Although, all right, not once again. All right, Mark is a food snob. Okay, that has been established over the years. Mark is a food snob.
I hate that.
Okay, well, you don't eat fast food, though.
I eat in gas stations, though.
Yeah, that is true, but it's only one food item. Do you eat anything but tacos from the one gas station?
I got tacos at the one gas station. I got my gas station up the road that I get my empanadas from.
Okay.
I got another gas station that I'm not afraid to get a deli sandwich from. There are 3 gas stations within 2 miles of my house that I will go dine at.
Oh. So I amend that. Mark is a food snob unless you own a gas station.
You're such a jerk.
But I have become, in the last half dozen years, a hotel snob. I have.
This is so fantastic, people. You have no idea. Because there was a trip that David took, I don't know, 10 years ago, where you were driving yourself doing FGCU games.
You're going to bring up Spartanburg, South Carolina, aren't you?
You're damn right I'm going to bring up Spartanburg, South Carolina, because you had to stop and you did the show from a hotel in Spartanburg.
Uh-huh.
I don't recall the name of it. All I know it was an inn or a suite.
USA Inn.
USA Inn. A chain that no one's ever heard of unless you're a truck driver or a by-the-hour prostitute.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't a chain. All right. It looked like a one-off. All right. It looked like
they're renting rooms by the hour on each side of David.
Mm-hmm.
David has now become a hotel snob because of his travels with Fox and CBS and now ESPN.
It's very true, though, and I admit it. I have. Mark, there is, and if you've been listening to the show regularly, this will be my 8th trip to California this football season. 6th to Los Angeles. Well, Fox had us at a certain hotel in LA. It was glorious. It was the Ritz-Carlton in Bel Air. Oh, magnificent.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it was tremendous. All right. Or no, I'm sorry. It was the Ritz-Carlton in Marina Del Rey.
Okay.
All right. I saw Al Michaels walking one day in the morning. It was glorious. We love that place. ESPN, they got us further away. They got us at these places that, supposedly they film movies at, and it's out of the way. It's a problem. Could you just get us the place that's closest to the airport and the game, please? Hey, what are we trying to, this foo-foo stuff? Just, 4 walls, come on now. Okay. Clean linens. That's all we're looking for here. I don't know what the reasoning is, Mark, but we are booked at the Ritz-Carlton at Marina Del Rey.
Oh, boy.
So now I am convinced that the game is going to be moved to Phoenix. Because for the first time in 3 years, when they put us old Fox guys in the hotel that we love, we figured the game was going to get moved because, well, we're never allowed to stay in that hotel that we love again.
And David, just your travels, it's fun to bring it up and have a little fun with you, but this is all part of the reason that the NFL has to make a decision on this sooner than later.
We think by close of business tomorrow. I mean, the Vikings are likely, I believe, going to travel Saturday late afternoon. I mean, they could fly in Sunday, but my guess is for a playoff game, they'll play it safe and they'll fly in and land around dinner time, whether it be Phoenix or Los Angeles, and they'll get settled in the hotel and what have you. And, make sure that you're rested and all that. Because also, in theory, you're going to win, you're going to advance, then you're going to have a short week the next week. So,
But one team traveling, fan bases traveling, the logistics of all of the people who have to come make an NFL game happen. We believe if they are going to move this game, that it's going to happen in the next, 36 hours, if you will.
I got to believe there won't be a lot of fans at the game in Phoenix.
I would think most of the fans would be Minnesota fans, and I'm not joking when I say that.
Well, help me out here, though. If you're a Vikings fan, I don't think you're getting a refund on your hotel and your flight just because the airline's not canceling the flight. The hotel's not saying there's a problem with the hotel. And, are you going to be able to get that money back for all the reservations that you made?
I don't know about that. What I am merely thinking is that there are a lot of snowbirds that pick Florida or Arizona to relocate. And I would think that there are a lot of former Minnesotans that are living in the greater Phoenix area.
Although, as you and I know from all our years in Southwest Florida, many a Minnesotan actually has chosen Southwest Florida because the Twins calling Southwest Florida their spring training home for nearly 35 years now. So a lot of folks from Minneapolis, St. Paul follow I-75 down to the 239. But you're right. All right. It's either Florida or Arizona. But I wonder if that game could look like a bowl game, if you know what I mean.
Well, will it be rated like a bowl game? Because I don't know if you saw the numbers. The bowl games were up significantly. For those of us that bash on the Bulls, Miller and Moulton, the bowl game television numbers were up like 14% across the board. In the first year of the 12-team playoff, to have the bowl games rise at over 10%, ESPN's got to be jumping for joy about that.
Thrilled. I personally believe it's because this 12-team playoff created more excitement, more interest in the regular season than what the system has been lately. I mean, let's be brutally honest. The semifinal tonight, neither team makes the 4-team playoff, right?
Correct.
I mean, if they were just picking 4 teams coming off the conference championship games, I mean, Notre Dame, Penn State making this. No, Oregon was going to be in. Georgia was going to get in. You and I think Texas probably would have been in. And then what? It comes down to Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame. I mean, maybe one of these teams makes it. Maybe.
I think Notre Dame would have had the best shot.
Because they would have had the 1 in the right-hand column?
Yes.
All right.
And in the 4-team playoff, the conference championship game was largely considered a quarterfinal. And that would have bounced Penn State.
But potentially not Texas?
Yes, I agree.
Because it's the SEC, but on both.
Yep, exactly. And SMU would have had no shot because they lost their conference championship game. And there's no way a Big 12 champion would have even been considered for the 4-team playoff.
The other thing, Mark, is we wondered, would this playoff take any sort of hold the way that March Madness has? And you have always said that the best tournament is a lot of excitement early, maybe some upsets, but chalk near the end.
At least to the Sweet 16. By the time we get there, we want to see the best teams play. We can have an upset in round 1. We can have an upset in round 2. But by the time we get to the third round of the tournament, We need the Blue Bloods to win. We'll see who wins tonight. Penn State or Notre Dame? It's our poll question.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Whew. Do you know what Irish football would have been interesting in the old system? Would the polls and the computer had picked Indiana or Notre Dame? I mean, come on. You know how they worked.
Yes, baby Jules, that's the exact spot. I think it's a mobile. Gone there for a breakfast burrito. It's pretty good. I've not been in a while. I don't even know if they're still there.
Whew.
It's not an easy gas station to get into off a Corkscrew, which hurts its appeal to me. And I'm not really going to the mobile gas station taco place much because the Mexican restaurant on right by Three Oaks Park on Three Oaks Parkway is tremendous. It's very affordable. It's very clean. They redid it and doubled it in size. Dos Saboros, I believe, is the name of it. Great little spot. Oh, crap. I got to call Gary. David, are you?
Oh,
David, are you?
I gave you the wrong number.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Gary Danielson will join us shortly. He would have been on the line now, but I gave Mark the wrong number. So we'll have him on shortly. Our poll question at that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, is Notre Dame Penn State tonight. Who you picking? Not who you're rooting for. Who you picking? Although most people, if they're rooting for ones, they pick that one. But, you know, I'm weird that way. I'm rooting for Notre Dame. That was my childhood team, thanks to my grandparents and my grandma with the rosary beads and all that. That's the team that I grew up, you know. I was indoctrinated, had to root for Notre Dame. So I'm rooting for Notre Dame, but I'm picking Penn State in a close one tonight. Gary Danielson's kind enough to join us and to review right before the college football season started. Gary shot his age. Isn't that right?
That's true.
Right. And you were
That's a
very
remarkable accomplishment, by the way. Congratulations.
Yeah. And now Gary has said that when the season starts, he puts the clubs away. And I can attest to that. His grind and watching tape and travel and what have you, Gary hardly plays during the season. So Gary's season only ended.
Once in a while, if I've done the teams a few times,
All right.
I'll play Monday morning at 7 a.m., but that's it.
That's it. So Gary's played a handful of rounds since shooting his age. This week, it's been nothing but cold and windy. What did you shoot earlier this week?
A lucky 75 with 4 birdies. But yes, I'm back in the groove and everybody's mad at me again.
Oh, that'll do it too. You don't play. You got that handicap at a number, and you took all the money from the guys at your course.
Did you give Mark my wrong phone number after 19
yes,
years together?
I did.
Did you really do that?
And I
did.
woke up somebody because
Well, you're going to get fired. Mike Sherman fired. You're going to get fired again. Mike Sherman firing is what you're going to get again.
I did. Mark looks at me right before we're coming back like, I think he gave me the wrong number. I looked at it. I said, I'll be damned. I gave him the wrong number.
All right, let's get started on this game here.
Okay. You saw Penn State, I think, 4 times in person. I know you saw Notre Dame at least twice. So what are you thinking?
It is really a fascinating game. I mean, one of the things that, first of all, these are two, I think, of the 8 teams. So 2 of the 8, and then obviously the other semifinal, it's 4 of the 8 teams that most everybody said has the best chance of winning the national championship, right? Georgia included. I think people would have mentioned Tennessee, Oregon, and Alabama as the teams that didn't make it. But so that's pretty cool. They're built very similarly. I think to start off with, the first thing you have to look at in this game as you're watching it is the health of Abdul Carter. He is the player that really forces the opponent and the offensive coordinator to account for on every protection, every running play, and it's the reason they move him around so much. You like to almost run at him because of his pursuit ability, but he is a difference maker, and if he is less than what he, is at number 11 out here, that'll be a big story in the game. I think next it's the 2 offensive coordinators, and I think they're 2 of the best in all of college football. And ironically, for Mark and David, the way you follow smaller colleges, they're both from tiny Division 2 scholar teams or Division 3. Mike Denbrock, who grew up and earned his spurs at Grand Valley State, and Andy Koldanicki out there in Whitewater, Wisconsin, or whatever the heck he's from, out there. 2 really, really good offensive coordinators. It is a great matchup. And I think just before we get started here, the next thing you have to look at in this game is that Penn State does not have Bo Prabula. That is a big part of the Penn State offense when they were rolling. Their backup quarterback gave Koldanicki that stuff he likes to do in his game planning of attacking with the quarterback runs. Notre Dame does it, and I the first game I thought that Notre Dame to win they had to get at least 80 yards, 85 yards out of Riley Leonard against Georgia, and that's exactly what he got. That's the one thing that Penn State does not have now is that quarterback rushing attack. So just kind of set up the game. I think those are the key names going into the game.
Notre Dame didn't really do anything great against Georgia, but yet they dominated the line of scrimmage. When you look at the game from the line of scrimmage, Gary, is there a team that you think has an edge? Probably needed to hear the question, but I'll say it again because apparently I didn't have all the right buttons pressed, so I'm fired. But Gary, what I said was, Notre Dame, they didn't really do anything great against Georgia, special teams in one play, but they were great at the line of scrimmage the whole game, and it paid off in the fourth quarter. Who do you think has the advantage at the line of scrimmage?
I think it's a bit of a push, Mark. I hate to be one of those guys that do that. I'm not trying to be right. I don't really care after all these years. I'm just trying to set up the game for the fan. I really do think it is a bit of a push because on the offensive line, both teams have lost key players and have come it a bit. Penn State's defensive line is very deep, very active. Notre Dame has lost some key players both on the offense and defensive line, but they seem to have reloaded really well. This is a Notre Dame team that over a while here now has recruited much better than people have given him credit for. I think Sean Gillis still has the line of the year that Notre Dame now can compete because they can pay players just like everybody else. I think that is showing up a bit right now. So I think it's pretty much of a push, but I do think that's going to determine the game. Whichever offensive line is able to make that quarterback uncomfortable enough, and the 2 coordinators can't figure out a way to free up their quarterback and the skills that each of them have, I think that's the key. But I would call the offensive lines rather a push, and now with Abdul Carter, maybe not, 100%. I think that is too. I think the game comes down to the same problem also that IU had in this game. The weakest part of Penn State is their wide receivers. And the best place to attack Notre Dame is their corners. And I don't know if Penn State can take advantage of the part. Notre Dame's going to play man-to-man and keep their two safeties roaming because they've got to keep their two safeties and two great ones for Tyler Warren. They're going to lock down the wide receivers like they did to IU, and IU couldn't get open. We'll see if Penn State's wide receivers can get open. In modern football, if you can't attack those corners, they'll just gang you up inside and make it really tough for you to run the ball.
Talking the Orange Bowl with Gary Danielson of CBS Sports. He got to see Penn State and Notre Dame a half dozen times between the two this year. Penn State's wide receivers showed up in the Big Ten title game, though, against Oregon. They made plays. It seemed, and maybe it was because they were down 2 scores for a good chunk of the game, but they attacked downfield. They made things happen. Do you think that was the coming out for the Penn State passing game? Because against these elite teams, Gary, as you've mentioned, they have not been able to score a ton of points against the really good teams.
Yeah, I think that's a point. I mean, I just don't think, when you look at the wide receivers that are available, neither team, Notre Dame or Penn State, are built from the wide receiver position. They're just not. They don't have Ohio State or Texas wide receivers. They played a Georgia team without their quarterback. When you look at, this is a guy, for Georgia, he was ranked by the number 1 quarterback coming out this year. For not having him is a big story. So I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's going to be rather a push at the wide receiver. I think it's going to be solved by who can run the ball better, what quarterback can make those running plays, even though, you don't think much or how much the defense can stop Riley Leonard running the ball. And that's where Mike Denbrock is so good. He is great at scheming up runs for quarterbacks, and that has been a great addition to this Notre Dame offense, getting Riley Leonard.
You mentioned that neither team is built from the wide receiver, but Penn State has the best tight end in the game. And Tyler Warren, to me, could be the X factor in this game for Penn State. Do you agree?
I think he has to be the X factor, but I think he might be facing the 2 best safeties that he's faced in any team, Xavier Watt and Adon Schuler. Xavier Watt, he's a former wide receiver, but an All-American as a junior where he intercepted a lot of balls. He was very athletic. But he has taken the next step now, and he is a difference maker at safety. They're pretty stout at linebacker with a lot of experience in the linebacker spot. But still, I think the offense has to have the threat of Tyler Warren or the 2 running backs. That's where, when Penn State is going, it's Penn State 1968, 1970. Singleton and Allen. And I really circle Katron Allen as the guy that really makes their team go. When he's running with power and breaking tackles, he gives a lot of juice to the team. Obviously, when Price and Love for Notre Dame are hitting those explosive plays, that makes a huge difference. Jeremiah Love, how healthy is he? It's a fascinating game, and I just think, what you're looking for in a semifinal, especially considering what these 2 teams have been the previous years. Notre Dame has got there, but every time they got into these playoff games, it looked like they're a step or a notch below. And Penn State obviously was blocked by Michigan and Ohio State all those years, and so now they get their shot. Fascinating football game. Really looking forward to watching it.
How good do you think this season, these last couple of weeks, have been for the sport as a whole? You don't have the Alabama in the tournament at all. That's like an NCAA basketball tournament without Duke. But yet, maybe it's because I grew up in the Northeast. I'm enthralled by Notre Dame, Penn State in a semi.
Yeah.
One of them is going to get to play for a national title. These programs haven't played in this rarefied air in a long time.
Right. I kind of jotted down what maybe the top 5 stories of this year has been. And one of them, maybe it's just because of the games I've been doing. I think one of the stories that everybody's thinking about now, especially with the way the season ended, is how could the defending champions Michigan not have a quarterback? I think everybody's like dumbfounded. Like, they're a pretty good team. They had their 4 best players not play, and they still, end up winning games at the end of the year against good football teams. I think the other story, a top story was, what would Bama be without Nick Saban? I think another story, and I think you're kind of circling into this right now, is if a Northern team wins again, if it's Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, will this not be the 3rd consecutive year, since 2006 season, that a team outside of the SEC, like the 300-mile circle, basically, has won a national championship? And I think the next biggest story has been the 12-team playoff. It is, I don't know who created it. I know we don't have a commissioner. I know it was not designed by TV executives, but damn, it has really worked. And it's even shockingly, and I was listening before I went on, the ratings for the other bowl games being up, this has been a huge, important addition to college football. It may be changing college football in more ways than we ever thought. It's making it a national game again, and it's about time.
Gary, lastly with this game, who has more pressure in your estimation, Franklin or Freeman?
You got about 30 seconds.
I don't think there's any doubt that James Franklin has more pressure on him. Marcus Freeman has already made a name for himself with his recruiting. He's a young coach. Notre Dame, despite the fact that they can spend money now and bring in key players, is still Notre Dame. I think the pressure, especially how Penn State got to this game, kind of an easy path with teams they should have beaten. This is the big game for James Franklin.
He's Gary Danielson with CBS. Now he's going to, play on the Champions Tour for the next few months, and then we'll talk college football.
By the way, I'm going to just say I like Penn State. I think Penn State's going to find a way to win it.
Oh, okay. Gary Danielson offering up a pick at the end. Kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Roy Cummings at the top of the hour. We'll talk Tampa Bay Bucs and JP Shadrick in our bonus hour.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, Roy.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Doing great. Yourself?
Very good, thanks. Happy playoff weekend.
Absolutely. 5
Playoffs
days of
abound.
great football.
College football, pro football, the whole bit.
What do you think about an outdoor game at Ray J? An outdoor hockey game?
Yeah.
They better get this type of weather.
Boy, you got that right. I don't know, man. I know the technology's come a long way, but I don't know. I got a bad feeling about this.
I mean, if it's 75, 80 degrees, it's going to be playing in slop. I don't know
Yeah,
how. I mean,
I totally agree. I mean, that sun is just if it's a hot sunny day, it could be. I mean, they've got to play at night. They got to play at night.
yes.
And really hope that that it's in the middle of a cold snap. Have they set a date on it yet?
Yeah, February 1st.
Okay, I'm going to guess that what they probably did was, first of all, I think it's like during the Gasparilla period here. I'm thinking what they did is they probably looked at the weather, charts and figured, okay, over the last 10 years or whatever, when is the coldest period, after the first of the year? And it's probably somewhere in there where you can count on something, maybe days in the 70s or 60s.
Well,
But yeah,
so they're playing January 2nd at Marlins Park. They can control
yeah.
the atmosphere there because they can close that sucker.
Right.
So I guess just, pump nothing but cold air into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I believe it's a Saturday,
That makes
February
sense.
1st, or maybe for February 1st.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what day it is, but let's see.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Thursday. That's if you live in the 239 and the 904. It's the final hour of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Roy Cummings joins us at this day and time throughout the football season. Roy covers the Tampa Bay Bucs, has for a very long time. You can follow him on X at R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. Well, they got it done. You thought they would. When the season started, you thought they'd win the South. They improved on their record from a year ago by a game. Your thoughts about the Bucs and their health entering the playoffs?
Yeah, it concerns me because, without Jordan Whitehead, you got an awful lot of young players that just haven't been battle tested in that secondary. And also you've got a secondary that is just, in my opinion, proven to be quite vulnerable in a lot of areas this year. And they've just got to tighten up there. Without a tremendous pass rush, which the Bucs don't have, and they have to blitz. You can just leave that secondary exposed. And even though he's a rookie, I think Jaden Williams is good enough to take advantage of that and pick this team apart. If they decide to, throw quick, not give that pass rush a chance to, or the blitz really a chance to be effective, I think the Bucs could get picked apart here a little bit. It makes me think that this is a game that's going to end up, I think the winner's going to have 34 points or more to win, and it could be a bit of a shootout.
So you think shootout instead of maybe the Bucs trying to use that running game to slow the game down a little bit for their defense?
Yeah, I think they'll go in with like two different game plans based basically on, do they get the ball first and what happens? If they get the ball first and don't score, it could be a problem. If they don't if Washington gets the ball first and they do score, well, now you're behind the sticks a little bit already. So you got to start working on things. But you never want to abandon a game plan early, but you've got to be able to adjust quickly. So, the game planning here is going to be really important. Obviously, it always is. But in this case, more so because, look, the good news is where your weaknesses are. I think you should expect the defense to struggle a bit against Jaden Williams because, again, even though he's a rookie, he has clearly proven to be among the elite rookies.
Well, yeah, and they faced Jaden Danielson in his very first game. All right, and now obviously he's a very different player now than he was then, although he got to it quickly because he had that third game of the year at Cincy that Monday night when he was brilliant. So, think about this, Roy. Now, this is a division champion, 5 straight years in the playoffs, the whole deal. They signed Shaq Barrett off the retired street last week. They just brought back Kayvon Merriweather, who was with the team the first half of the year but was sitting on the Lions practice squad. He could make the active roster in Detroit when they're down to their 35th and 36th guys. Okay, but they may get Jordan Whitehead back for the game, but he clearly isn't going to be 100% because he hasn't played in forever. This is who the Bucs are counting on defensively at the start of the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's where my concern stems from. Is these are acts of desperation. There's no doubt about it. They know that they're not getting after the passer very well. They're afraid to blitz, as much as they would like to, because they know that the secondary can be exposed rather easily. And, if you're going to throw Jordan Whitehead out there, 2 weeks after being in a car accident where you thought initially that he was going to miss several weeks, well, that may speak to his miraculous recovery, hopefully. But how good is he going to be? He creates a car wreck almost every time he hits somebody. So, Maybe he's used to that. I don't know, but look, I hope he's healthy enough. If he is, he won't be out there if he's not healthy enough. But again, these are sometimes some of the things that teams do to, just get other teams thinking about, what are we going to bring at them. But again, to me, it all kind of smacks a little bit of desperation when you realize that you don't have what you need in terms of a pass rush and what you need in terms of a secondary when you blitz. And I think they're basically admitting the fact that they've got some issues that are going to be hard to account for here.
The other thing, Roy, as you're talking that I was thinking about is that when you're blitzing, as you mentioned, you're playing man.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, if Jaden Daniels finds a hole in that blitz and finds those running lanes, that's another factor, his legs. Because not only are you accounting for what he can do throwing quickly, but you have to account for his legs. And I'm trying to think of the last time, Tampa's played a running quarterback.
Yeah, it's been a while. And, the stats say that the Bucs are pretty good against quarterback design runs. But, with Jaden Daniels, they're probably not going to design too many. They don't have to because, look, he's under pressure a lot. I mean, he's been sacked, 14 times in the last 3 weeks or whatever. I think that offensive line in front of him is wearing out a little bit. And also, he's starting to feel it a little bit more. He's starting to run. He's starting to escape the pocket a little bit sooner than, he probably should. And that leads to some of those sacks as well. It's not just an offensive line thing. But, look, I think the Bucs might be smart this time around. And I'm one with this defense. I've never been a big blitz guy. But with this defense, I believe they should blitz a lot. I don't think they've blitzed enough over the last few weeks in a couple of the games where they've struggled. This week, however, I would tend to lean towards rush 4 and leave everybody back, especially those linebackers. Rush somebody from the secondary because he's probably not going to be that good, one-on-one anyway. So rush somebody from the secondary as a fourth guy, mix that up, but leave the linebackers out there so you can just limit yards after the catch. Because again, I think if you throw quickly against the Bucs, I think you can pick them apart a little bit.
Might want to unhit the mute button there, David. I did it with Gary on the phone. You did it here with Troy. We're on a roll this morning.
We really are. Jaden Daniels rushed for 88 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first matchup, his first game in the NFL. But Baker threw for 4 touchdowns, and that was kind of the beginning of maybe Bucky Irving needs to be the running back because he rushed for double what White rushed for in that first game, even though he had like 5 less carries. And for as concerned as we are about the Bucs defense, Roy, their offense is playing at a high level, and the Commanders' defense, especially against the run, is not very good. I mean, I don't know if Tampa's going to punt. I'll put the over-under on punts at 2.5 and go under.
Yeah, they'll take that for sure. That'd be great if they can do that. You got to hope that happens. And that's another reason why, look, as much as, Baker Mayfield has been the MVP of this team, and I believe personally, I think if he's not, he should be at least second to Allen in the MVP voting, in my opinion, or across the NFL. But as much as Baker Mayfield is important to this team, if you can rely less on him and his arm in this game and more on the running game, it just makes a lot of sense. Again, keeps that defense off the field, allows you to control the tempo, allows you to control the game. And if you can get some big runs out of it, I'd be working all those backs this week. I would have as many plays dialed up for Rachaad White as I do for Bucky Irving, and I get Sean Tucker in there as my extra back every third series and see what he can do for you. I think running the ball is the way to go this week because, again, you don't want to give up. And look, Baker's had a couple of games this year where, he hasn't been 100% on, and it's not that I don't trust him, but if you don't have to put it in the air here, don't. So especially again, it's all a matter of kind of game planning for what your defense can and can't do. So yeah, if you can control the game with the run, go at it. And this everything that we see on paper says that they should be able to run the ball this week.
And defensively, Washington has McLaurin. They've got to stop Terry McLaurin. That to me is the key to the game. And if they can do that, maybe they can limit Daniels' passing. how do it seems okay, stop their top receiver, but with where the Bucs are defensively, can they do that, Roy?
Well, they can if they play a shell, and again, that's the reason why, maybe play a lot of cover two. Go back and look at Monty Kiffin's old game plans and see what he did and against teams like this and try that. Monty Kiffin didn't blitz very much. And again, as I said before, I don't know that the Bucs need to in this game. I think if they play a shell and just, and limit the yards after the catch, they can kind of frustrate Washington here. And again, make Jaden Daniels beat you with his arm, not with his legs. He can do it, but make him do it. Make him find those seams. They've just got to be as strong as they can defensively. And I just think that, the way to do that is to create a shell and leave those linebackers in position and, just limit yards after the catch. And, Monty Kiffin's old theory was if you make a team go 80 yards on 12 plays, somewhere along the line, they're going to make a mistake. And this is a young team and with a young quarterback. And you got to think that somewhere along the line in a 10 or 12 play drive downfield, you're going to make a mistake. So limit the yards after the catch. Don't give up the big play and make them pick you apart. And if they do it, okay. But, at the end of the day, lean on the fact that you've got a young quarterback there, and sooner or later he's going to make a mistake. And so is somebody else on that offense.
A rookie quarterback has not won a playoff game in 10 years. Roy, we got a minute. Just talk to me about the guy who has lived in the Tampa Bay area for your adult life. Has the community embracing this period? I mean, this is 5 straight playoff appearances, 4 straight division titles. This franchise has never done this, yet we get the feeling that Todd Bowles is coaching for his life every game. I'm just curious, is the region on board or not?
I think they are. I think, look, you had that period where Tom Brady was here and it was like, oh my God, I can't believe they got Tom Brady and they went to the Super Bowl. And you just think after that, everything is gravy. And right now, you know what this community's doing? It's sopping up the gravy. It's got a nice, soft roll in its hand, a little butter on it, and they're going to sop up the gravy. And when you do that, you're kind of sitting back and saying, okay, that was a real satisfying meal. And, I think that's kind of where they're at. They're kind of like saying, man, nobody expected this. Nobody expected this out of Baker Mayfield, and nobody expected this out of this football team. And I think they understand that, these are the glory years. Take advantage of them. And I think that's why there was such an outpouring of support and love for Mike Evans when he got that 1,000 yards last week, because this is a community that I think has fallen in love with this team, and they didn't expect to. They didn't expect it. They didn't expect what they're getting. And I think they're just really, really appreciative of it.
Need to clarify, a rookie hasn't won a road playoff game in 10 years because C.J. Stroud won a playoff game last year. He's Roy Cummings. Follow him on X at rcummingsfhcn, rcummingsfhcn. Roy, as always, thanks. Be well. Enjoy the game. Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, David, I woke up somebody, whoever has that number.
Sorry.
Well, I'm like, Gary? It was a woman's voice. I'm like, Gary? No, I think you have the wrong number. I said, I'm sorry.
That's hysterical.
I don't think I told you this, David, but Tuesday we're driving home from school. The daughter says to me, well, at least tomorrow's hump day.
Wow.
I went, what? Hump day? Like, where did you get that from? Well, it's hump day. I'm like, what the hell? Are you listening to the show? Laughed my tail off.
Hey, even 10-year-olds are getting over the hump, just getting to the weekend. Getting through a full week of school. Oh, must be such a grind.
It's got a half day next week on Friday leading into MLK Day weekend.
So she's got Monday off.
Right. I laughed when you did it with Roy. I saw you hit the mute button. Take your drink of water. I'm like, I hope he hits the button again, and you didn't.
Nope.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. JP Shadrick to join us in 40 minutes time. We'll talk a little college and pro football, get his thoughts on the national semis and the NFL playoffs, and also talk to him about what's going on in his backyard with the Jags, who got rid of yet another coach, but they're keeping for now the general manager. Hey, before we get to something that we touched on during the break with Roy that we've yet to discuss on the show, 12 rookie quarterbacks have won NFL playoff games. CJ Stroud last year, Brock Purdy won 2 the year before that, but they all won home games. There's a technicality on the list. John Wolford gets credit for the win. He started the playoff game between the Rams and the Seahawks in Seattle in the 2020 pandemic year. He got hurt on the first series of the game. Goff came in to finish the game. Wolford gets credit for the win. But Mark, 2012, Russell Wilson, the last rookie to go on the road, play the game, if you will, and win. Mark Sanchez, TJ Yates won a game as a rookie, but he did it at home for Houston. Mark Sanchez, obviously, as a rookie, won 2 road playoff games. Joe Flacco, as a rookie, won 2 road playoff games. So think of the quarterbacks. Russell Wilson, Mark Sanchez, Joe Flacco. Really, the 3 rookies in the last 15 plus years who have won road playoff games their rookie year.
All had great defenses, David. All had great defenses.
Well, between Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, which one is the defense?
I think that the Broncos have the better defense than the Commanders.
Absolutely,
I don't think
do.
It's close.
Right. So maybe, if you're thinking which one of the rookie quarterbacks has a better chance to get the W, come to your own conclusion.
Can I give you a little nugget here?
Go for it.
I found fascinating because this is like an NHL stat. Tampa Bay is 9-1 when scoring first.
Huh.
Up until last week, they were 0-6 when they didn't score first. Their win against New Orleans is the first time the opponent has scored first, and they won the game all year long.
Wow.
Isn't that nuts?
That is. That's very much a hockey score the first goal stat. Yeah. Huh. So we'll all keep that in mind. Sunday night in prime time, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, Baker Mayfield, and the Bucs.
And the Bucs also, of all of the playoff teams, have the worst turnover differential. They're -5. Washington's +1 for what it's worth. They do not create a lot of turnovers. Only had 7 interceptions on the year.
Well, the Bills' turnover differential has to be near the top just because I believe they committed the fewest number of turnovers in the league this year. I think the Bills committed 8 turnovers as a team this year, which is remarkable. I mean, that's a turnover every other game on average. Part of the reason why Josh Allen's in the running for MVP is he was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league at committing turnovers, interceptions, and fumbles. And I believe he's committed 5 total turnovers this year. We mentioned something off air. I failed to mention it during the starting 5 because I ran out of time. The NHL made quite an announcement yesterday involving the state of Florida.
They sure did. They're playing hockey outdoors in Florida next year. That's right. Well, at least one game outdoors. One game will be held at Marlins Park. The other will be at Ray J.
January 2nd, the Rangers and the Panthers are going to play in Marlins Park. And they can close that sucker up, so it'll be in a dome. But, man, it's going to have to be cold in there. They're going to have to crank the air like they've never cranked it before. And then the date I have, Mark, is February 1st. The Lightning will play the Bruins at Ray J, outdoors, not in the Trop. Because first off, the Trop might not be ready by February 1st of next year. I mean, the Rays have kind of given the city of St. Pete an opening day ultimatum for next year. Well, that's about 8 weeks after that date. So the NHL is going to play outdoors in Tampa on February 1st.
Look, I think that the outdoor games have jumped the shark a bit. They have tried very hard to include as many teams as possible. The ratings have gone in the tank for these games because they put bad games on. And if you don't, they want it. They put all their chips in the Connor Bedard thing for the game against St. Louis. The Blackhawks stink. They might draft first again this year.
Nobody watched, by the way.
Nobody watched.
Now, the games are on Turner, and I don't think that helps because based on the ratings, people aren't turning to ESPN or Turner to watch hockey, but they're really not turning to Turner, which is a shame because their coverage is better.
It's not close either.
Average temperature, February 1st in Tampa. A high of 71, a low of 53.
All right. Well, they'll play the game at night more than likely.
So it'll be in what, the low 60s?
Probably.
That seems like a problem to me.
Seems like a lot of water on that ice, David.
Man, oh man. But the reason...
Would you go?
Yes, absolutely.
Me too.
Absolutely. In fact, this would be the one outdoor game I try to go to. It'd be the most comfortable environment of all the outdoor games. Absolutely, I'd go. But the outdoor games have plateaued. Now, the league still makes money on them, but ratings and what have you, they've plateaued. And so the word is the NHL realizes they need to do something different. They need to put it in places they've never put it before.
I don't know about that. I disagree with that. Putting a game in Florida, I don't know who the hell in the upper Midwest, in the Northeast, where hockey's popular, is going to watch. Now they'll watch because of Boston, maybe, but you know what I mean. The greatest outdoor game they had was the first one. Pittsburgh at Buffalo, and it snowed. Why was the game great? Because all of us who grew up in the North, and I played pond hockey most of my life, that's what we thought it was. That's what it looked like. Those were the memories it conjured up for people in Minnesota, people in Canada, people in Buffalo, people in Pittsburgh. Playing a game at Ray J? It's ridiculous, David.
Now, they do put a couple of original 6 teams as opponents. Rangers are playing the Panthers. Bruins are playing the Lightning. It didn't hurt that Crosby scored the game winner, too, in that first one. He seemingly came up with big goals in his career. That whole, golden goal, seems like he was a clutch player.
Yes.
Pretty good. Even Ovechkin. Not a bad generation of hockey. Miller and Moulton. JP Shadrick in a half hour. Maybe that could have been a poll question. I don't know if we'll save it for next week. But the outdoor games in Florida, good idea or ridiculous?
Our poll question today is a simple one. Who you taking in the game tonight? Notre Dame or Penn State? Go to Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Arch, you think we could arrange for a party bus from Southwest Florida? By the way, the Lightning game's on a Sunday. It's the Sunday in between the conference championships and the Super Bowl. And you think people would
David,
buy?
I think it would be a can of corn. It would be so easy. I'd rather get Samson's bus and do it with like 10 or 12 friends, but that's just me.
The Hollywood signs in danger?
I think you're going to Arizona, David.
Oh, I think so too. I think so too. Oh boy. Might as well start looking up flights now. God, I don't want to go there. Oh, man. Jeez.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. JP Shadrick scheduled to join us at the beginning of the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. It was nice of TJ and the crew to build me this studio here in Louisville, where it's 11. It was
It's not 11 here, but it's not warm.
Yeah, it's 11 here. And there's a winter storm advisory. Apparently, all day tomorrow, it's going to snow throughout Kentucky, 3 to 6 inches.
There's a sock, shoe, and jacket advisory going on in Southwest Florida.
Whoa! Socks, shoes, and jackets. By the way, can you get away with shorts, though, with that ensemble?
I did have to laugh. I played golf yesterday, and you could definitely see who the Northerners were out on the golf course. I'm playing with a guy, a New Yorker who's moved down here a long time ago. Great guy, basketball referee, 80 years old. He's got a hoodie on. He's all bundled up. The group in front of us, the guy's in shorts and a golf shirt. And I'm just looking at that guy going, are you out of your mind? You just trying to be tougher than everybody or what? Hey, here's an interesting stat for you. And I don't know if you said this. I heard this yesterday on the golf course. And you may have said it. And if you did, I apologize. But the Ravens, when Trent Dilfer won the Super Bowl, David, he was 28 years old.
Uh-oh.
Joe Flacco, when he won the Super Bowl for the Ravens, he was 28 years old.
Here we go.
And just a few days ago, you'll never guess who turned 28 years old.
Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson. Funny. I like it. Thanks for the text to remind me of what the stat that I heard yesterday was, so I appreciate that, but that's a fun little factoid. You know, the other one, David, and I heard yesterday, and you'll be able to go through this a lot better than I would, but since we've gone to the 14-team playoffs, we had the 1 year where the 2 1 seeds met one another. But largely, the 1 and 2 seeds have not done tremendously well in the 14-team playoff era.
I believe this is the 4th year of 7 playoff teams per conference. I don't think the playoff year was the first year of it. I thought it was 2021. I think this is the 4th year that we've had 17 games and we've gone to 7 playoff teams. But in 2021, I know in the NFC, Green Bay was the one. Because the conference championship game in 2021 was the 4th seeded Rams against the 6th seeded Niners. But 2022, I think, is the year that you're thinking of where both ones.
Yeah.
Well, Kansas City's only won the Super Bowl as a 1 seed one time. This is their 4th time during this run being the 1. In the 3 previous times they were the 1, they only won the Super Bowl once.
Also was pointed out to me on the Twitch chat room. It was 12 years between Dilfer and Flacco's Super Bowls. 12 years ago, the Baltimore Ravens won the Super Bowl.
2000, 2012, it would be 2024 season. 28, 28, 28.
You believe in this stuff, David.
I do.
More than I do.
I do. I do believe in it. And what's interesting is both those Ravens teams had to get it done on the road. The Flacco team had to go to New England and beat the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. The Dilfer team, I think, had the 1 home game, and then they had to go to Tennessee, and then they had to go to Oakland, and won the Super Bowl in Tampa. Huh. Interesting. If you really also, I believe, Mark, that the Flacco Super Bowl was in New Orleans. Where is the Super Bowl this year?
It's in New Orleans, David.
And I think it's the first Super Bowl since the Flacco, that was the Harbaugh Super Bowls. The Harbaugh brothers against one another. But,
Now I've got you thinking.
Well, I will say there are teams in which if I think they can win one, I think they can run the table. Like, I don't think Green Bay is going to beat Philadelphia. But if they do, they can run the table. Because I think once they finally beat that, to me, Green Bay is a lot like Penn State. Penn State had proven these last 10 years they could beat everybody except Ohio State and Michigan. And so here's Penn State in a national semifinal. By the way, who haven't they had to play yet? Ohio State or Michigan? Oh, they played Ohio State during the regular season this year. What'd they do? They lost. Didn't play Michigan. I just think the Packers, 2 losses to the Lions, 2 losses to the Vikings, an opening day loss in Brazil to the Eagles. They've shown they're good, but not good enough. If they can beat Philly this Sunday, I think they could just run the damn table. That once they do it once, they'll just line up and play the rest of the playoffs. I think if Baltimore, and I'm assuming obviously they're going to win against the Steelers. I think if Lamar outdueled another quarterback, went into Buffalo and beat Josh Allen, Mahomes has gone into Buffalo and won. Burrow has gone into Buffalo and won. If Lamar could do that, then I don't think there's a team they can't beat.
I'm looking forward to the next 5 days of 2 college playoff semifinals and then wild card weekend. But I am really, and I don't think the Steelers have a chance in hell of winning. and I don't want to tick off my wife, who actually may be listening right now, but I actually want Baltimore to beat Pittsburgh. I want to see Baltimore and Buffalo so badly. It's the game in the postseason right now I'm most looking forward to. Really want to watch those two guys duel it out for a chance more than likely to get Mahomes.
I'm with you. By the way, we might get that game. By we, I mean ABC, because Nance and CBS are going to want the Chiefs. Fox is going to get the NFC game of their choosing. So then it comes down to, Sunday night or the ABC game. You think about who might be playing. The Lions right now are must-see TV. If it's the Eagles, I mean, I'm totally with you, Mark. I would love to see Buffalo and Baltimore play in the second round. And the leading candidates for the MVP going against one another.
When the vote's already done.
Yeah, it is.
Regular season award. I would have voted for Lamar. I think Allen's going to win it. But I want to see that game.
And I would have voted for Josh Allen, for the record. Do you think going forward that the MVP award should not be a regular season award? And in all the major sports, it is. All right.
I'm fine with it being a regular season award.
You are?
Yeah. And there's, hockey has a playoff MVP.
Correct. The Conn Smythe.
The basketball and football MVPs are Super Bowl and finals MVPs.
Right. It's not playoff MVP.
No.
That's why in hockey, you can have somebody from the losing team in the finals actually win the Conn Smythe. Doesn't happen often, but it has happened.
Do you think Pittsburgh has something for Baltimore? You look at that last game when they got blown out. Russ doesn't fumble that ball and he slides. That was the key play in that game. Turned the whole game around. And they've always played Baltimore tough. I think Baltimore will take care of them. I don't trust Russ at all.
I think the biggest problem for Pittsburgh was they kind of had a mind thing going with the Ravens. The Ravens couldn't score against the Steelers. And Mark, they played less than a month ago, and the Ravens scored 34. And so I don't think the Steelers will walk into that game with the mental edge that they normally have, which is, we're going to shut you down. We know we're going to shut you down. You're going to struggle to score points. This game is just how we want it. Steelers are averaging 14 points a game for their last 4 games. They're giving up on average of 27 a game during the losing streak.
And Baltimore, whose defense has been suspect most of the year, in the last month, has improved immensely.
Now, you could argue about who they faced, but that's kind of the way of the NFL.
But one of those teams they faced was the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mark, another reason why I don't like Pittsburgh in this game, I actually think their best weapon is the tight end Freiermuth. Kyle Hamilton's the best safety in the league.
Yes, he is.
They're going to put Kyle Hamilton on Freiermuth. And he may still catch 5-6 balls, but only catch him for about 60 yards. As opposed to lining him up in the slot and having him potentially catch 6 passes for 100 yards and a touchdown.
And Russ relies on the deep ball. And if, Pickens has to have a big game, I'll be curious how he is in the moment.
34 points from the Ravens the last time they met. Over 200 yards rushing. Who the hell does that to the Steelers?
Nobody.
And that's why Pittsburgh, to me, very early in this game, has to show to themselves, but also to the Ravens, yeah, that was a one-off. This is going to be like it normally is. And we're going to slowly crawl back into your heads.
And Derrick Henry may be the difference in seeing what he can do with the two-headed monster running between Lamar and Henry, of how they're able to establish their running game against Pittsburgh. They are a 9.5-point favorite over the Steelers in that game.
Russ is a good playoff quarterback, though. People forget. They don't want to give him credit, trying to write him off. Russ is a good playoff quarterback. I just don't know if he's got enough around him.
Williams will have to have a big game. I mean, no, they have to exceed what they do by a lot to me to win. And then get Baltimore to play a B- C+ game. And Baltimore right now is not playing at that level. They're playing at a much higher level to me.
I kind of view the AFC playoffs, the wild card round, is like an NCAA tournament where potentially in the Sweet 16, look at the matchups we could get. You know, we can get Buffalo and Baltimore. We could get Kansas City and I mean, who are you rooting for them to face? I'd love for them to face Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Absolutely. Absolutely want to see the Chargers get another crack at them. And the Chargers are as healthy as they've been in a while. So, and the Texans are not. Without their receivers, they're not the same team, David. They're just not.
Meanwhile, I think the sexiness in the NFC is this weekend. I really do. I could be wrong. I mean, it could be a rematch of Detroit and Minnesota in the divisional round, and it could be Eagles, Bucs. Okay. Baker and the boys taking their shot at Philly. They've beaten them once this year. Let's go. But I feel like the wild card round in the NFC, sexy. Divisional round in the AFC, looming, sexy.
I don't know if anybody would describe Notre Dame and Penn State as sexy, but I think we're going to get a hell of a football game. They're going to knock the you-know-what out of one another.
Mark, I think kind of in an au gratin potato kind of way. That's how Notre Dame and Penn State is sexy tonight. You know, some cheese au gratin potatoes. If you find that sexy, Notre Dame Penn State is sex appeal. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The off-season beard is coming in nicely, JP.
Thanks, man. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
You just decided to stay with it, didn't you?
I sure did, Dave.
There was that key moment where you thought, it's normally time that I shave this. Not this time.
And that was around about mid-December. I started early December. And then once you get through the itchy phase, a few days in for me, once it's past that, it's like, So
I was doing some driving Saturday and caught a little of your broadcast.
Thanks,
Good
man.
job. Enjoyed it.
Appreciate it. Yeah. They didn't play the cleanest game, the Ravens. Bunch of penalties, dumb penalties. Zay Flowers got hurt. We'll see what that's about. They just kept pounding it. And
I don't think they play him Saturday.
I wouldn't either. I mean, the way he limped off the field the other day, that didn't look great.
I think I'd hold him out for Buffalo.
You think they can get through this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I know. You did Ohio State, Penn State, correct?
I did.
And your last 2 NFL games, one involved the Chiefs and one involved the Ravens, correct?
Correct.
Well, and the Steelers, right? Because you did
correct
Chiefs Steelers. So
I would love to see an Ohio State Penn State rematch in the championship game, and then come down to a 4th and goal, and then not give it to Warren again. That would be cinema.
Yeah, I think if Penn State gets in that situation again, 1st and goal from the 3, I think Warren will carry it all 4 times.
Absolutely. No
matter what the play call is, he may carry it all.
He might just veto it and, hey, just give me the damn ball.
Right.
That they'll direct snap it to him, and he'll decide whether he's going to hand off to one of those 2 running backs or not.
That's right. Hey, Drew, you can go stand over there on the side. I got this, bud.
Right.
Yeah.
If they don't do that, they might as well just run him off and say goodnight to James. But what do I know? How are we feeling? Where's the energy today, boys? New year, playoffs.
Well,
college and pro.
It's 10 degrees where I am in Louisville right now. Okay, so
I'm fired up. I'm going across the alley to see the game tonight. So I'm jacked. I'm ready.
Nice. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
How's Louisville?
It's cold, JP. Did I tell you it's 10?
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Winter storm tomorrow, 3 to 6 inches of snow all across Kentucky.
You better go stock up on some bourbon, it sounds like to me.
It's a hell of an off day.
Well, yeah.
JP, you'd love it. My wife for my birthday got me like a Bourbon of the Month club. So every month I get a new bottle of bourbon sent to me. It came yesterday. I'm like, oh, this is great. Another bottle of booze.
I can give you a couple good spots in Louisville, Dave, off the air if you'd like.
Oh, man, there's so many.
Great.
You mean the Hilton Garden Inn at the airport isn't one of them? Oh, man.
Rats.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined, as always, at this day and time by JP Shadrick, he of the Jags Radio Network, NFL on Westwood One, college football, the Touchdown Radio Network. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick, SHADRICK. Mark, is JP auditioning to be a member of the 2003-2004 Red Sox? Okay, is he auditioning to be on a reality show in the wilderness? I have never seen you go this long with the beard.
I haven't seen myself go this long with the beard either. This is uncharted water. And by the way, the 04 Red Sox won the World Series, so I'd take that. If that's what it takes to get a championship, I'll do whatever I can to help the ball club. Whatever.
Right. JP Shadrick, team player here on Miller and Moulton.
All right. We'll talk a little Jags in a minute, new coach and all that stuff. But you've been doing the Westwood One games here and there in the NFL. You've seen the Chiefs, the Steelers, and the Ravens all in the last couple of weeks. When you look at what you saw with Pittsburgh and what you saw with Baltimore, do you give the Steelers any shot in this game?
I give them a shot because, Russ has the ability to keep things alive and make some weird things happen down the field. He also can press it down the field a little too much, as we saw on Christmas Day in the end zone there. Like that's not ideal. Can he manage the personality of his wide receiver, Pickens? I think that could be an explosive situation if it doesn't go the right way. Their defense, I think, is it's got really good players up front, and Hayward and TJ Watt and those guys. But I think that the Ravens, even without Zay Flowers, if he doesn't play, they've got it down so cold with the tight end and the running game, the dual threat ability for Lamar. He can stretch it and make things happen on almost a playground situation if he has two outside, and the way Andrews can play that on the offensive side. So they have a chance, to answer your question. The Steelers do, but I think the Ravens are just starting to get better at the right time. And maybe this is Lamar's time to get over the top in the playoffs because he hasn't had much success when it comes to the postseason. And, hey, the clock's ticking. Got to do it.
All right, JP. Mark laid this on me last segment. All right. Trent Dilfer was 28. Joe Flacco was 28. Lamar just turned 28. All right. They won in 2000. They won 12 years later in 12. It's 12 years later in 24. Okay. Basically, Mark's laying it out there saying it's Lamar's time.
It's great. You can do math. I'm excited for you. 12, 12, and 12. You didn't have to take off your shoes or anything. That's unbelievable. I'm amazed by that.
JP, we have a little thing on this show called the a-hole moment of the show. It's usually between David and I when one of
you just won it.
You won it today, JP. Congratulations. It took us into the 9 o'clock hour to get there. The bonus hour.
I didn't even know there was a contest. Now that I know, the last show of the season, I find this out, I would have dominated the standings all year. I've been holding back, man. Come on. No,
here I figured we're talking to a sportscaster, a national sportscaster. He's doing national games with Ross Tucker on Westwood One, and we'd line it up. We'd give him the sports stuff that sportscasters love, and he takes it and shoves it right up our.
Yeah, maybe it is Lamar's time to answer your question. he's due one, and I think he's going to get one at some point. Is this the year he gets the whole enchilada? I don't know about that. The way Kansas City's playing and Buffalo's in the way, but you know, you got to stay alive, survive, and advance. And I think they advance this week.
You mentioned that Baltimore is getting right at the right time. It's hard to say a team that was 15-1 before not playing last week is getting right at the right time, but the Kansas City offense seems to be finding itself here towards the end of the season, JP.
And they're getting better. You know, Hollywood Brown is getting his legs underneath him. What, Mecole Hardman, they started his window, right? So he should be at some point coming back, maybe. You know, how is he right? Who knows? Can he fit? Can he plug right in? If they have any downfield ability like that, look out. And we know what that can do for the Kansas City offense. We see what they've done without it. It's like they just find a way. And we talked about Andrews a second ago for the Baltimore Ravens, but I mean, Kelsey and Mahomes have been doing that for a long time too. And they just find a hole. And, you know, Patrick Mahomes can extend it and slide and do these different arm angles, and Kelsey just finds the open grass, right? And I don't know if that's even scripted. That's not even like a play. We're going to go out here, I'm going to roll right, and I'm going to find you for 7 yards and move the sticks. And you can't stop it. You just can't stop it. I mean, there's no way really to slow that thing down. Even if you put a couple guys on Kelsey, he's just going to find a way to get loose, or Patrick's going to run for 10 if he has to, and they're crafty. They know exactly how to get the job done in the right moment.
You know, you saw what I thought, and this may sound absolutely absurd considering he caught, 412 passes and he's a Hall of Famer. But I kind of felt like Kelsey was just the check down guy all year. But the game you saw him against the Steelers, it was kind of like last year in the playoffs against Buffalo and Baltimore, in which Mahomes looked at Travis and said, I need you to be a threat in these games. And Travis said, well, I've been saving it up all year, big fella. Let me go. And I kind of felt like in that Steelers game, you did the game in which Kelsey said, oh, yeah, I'm catching touchdowns now. I'm back to being a big-time weapon again.
Yeah, outside, like kind of red zone fringe area right there. Yeah, he's not going to run for 65, I don't think, all that stuff. But, yeah, like it was his lowest yards per catch average in his career, right, going into that Christmas game, like 6-something. I mean, that's not him. But then a couple moments, okay, he's breaking loose down the field, or he's in the back of the end zone and slides and finds a way, and he's wide open because Patrick Mahomes slides a little bit to the right, and he weaves it back. And, here we go. Here we go again with these guys in the playoffs doing all that stuff. So, it's in their arsenal. It's maybe I don't know if they've been holding anything back. I think it's just the way the games have gone down the stretch, and it's probably the way the games are going to go once they get to Arrowhead as well, weather conditions permitting.
Tonight's Orange Bowl, you saw Penn State. You did the game, Penn State and Ohio State. Mm-hmm. Notre Dame dominated the line of scrimmage against Georgia, something I've not seen in a long, long time done against the Bulldogs. If Notre Dame plays that well at the line, what does Penn State have for the Irish?
They've got the tight end. They can line up all over the place, and I still think they're going to do everything in their power to move him all over that formation, and they should. And he's one of the best players in college football, and you got to find a way to get him involved. If they're plugging up the middle with those two running backs, get it outside somehow. Now, they don't have a lot down the field in the passing game beyond that, right? I mean, they don't have, like, superstar wide receivers, but they've got a superstar tight end and really good running backs. If you can find a way to get them wide, that's the answer. But if you don't, then there's not much else to choose from with the Penn State offense. There's someone limited. They show you a bunch of eye candy and stuff, but at the end of the day, Dave, you saw this firsthand, like there are certain things they just can't do at Penn State.
Tyler Warren is fascinating because the more you watch him, the slower he is. I mean, you think to yourself, how come nobody can cover this guy? They got to have guys who can run with him, but he's incredibly physical. He's like that power forward on a basketball court in which you go, well, wait a minute. I got guys just as big as him and more athletic. Why can't we stop him? And you can't stop Tyler Warren.
No, I mean the way he just kind of finds a little bit of a space and can maneuver and push guys and then all of a sudden he's in the right spot at the right time, and all of a sudden he'll get a direct snap and get the edge on you. Like, how in the hell does this guy get the edge on a defense?
Right.
But they block it up good for him, and it's schemed up well the right time too. And I think the way they do it, they spend the whole game kind of crafting things to get ready for the next thing later. So he's fantastic. You got to get him the ball. I'd love to see it come down to the fourth down at about 1 or 2 again and see which way they get him the football this time, because there's almost all guarantees in the world that if it comes to that, he's getting the football. Has to this time.
No doubt. No doubt. I'm fired up for it. All right. Peterson finally let go after something we saw from the Lions game on.
We buried the lead.
Did we?
The lead, really?
Did we really bury the lead, JP?
Isn't that like overselling, really, the lead?
Okay, that's fair.
The lead.
4 and 13 is not the lead.
I mean, first off, the lead is your beard, which is magnificent. But
you really look like you should be at the cigar bar, sipping on a bourbon, smoking a cigar. You've got that.
I got plenty of time. Maybe I'll just drive down there.
Anytime.
Hey, when it comes time to hire a coach, does Mr. Khan like, oh, well, we need an offensive guy for Trevor, or do we need this, or like, does he hire the stereotypical hire or no?
I think he goes into it with as blank of a slate as you can possibly have. And that's why they're interviewing apparently 9 different guys, right? I mean, 5 of them have an offensive background. 4 of them are a defensive background. The team is trying to be as transparent as possible, putting the list out there of candidates that they're asking interviews from. And when they do the interviews, that's become a new phenomenon in the NFL to actually have that out there on your social media platform. So that's where we're getting all this information from. I think he's going to listen to every possibility. And if a coaching candidate has an idea for a structure that might be different than the one we've been presented already, I think he would listen to that and see if it's good and a good fit. And so I don't know if it's, hey, we're getting the offensive guy, the young, hot offensive guy, because who knows if he's going to be a good head coach. He's a really good play caller, probably. That's why he's in this position. But the head coaching characteristics are a little bit different than that. And I think he's going to uncover every rock he has to go find the right fit for this place. And it might take time. It might take a month. So they're going to be very thorough with this process. And I don't think there's a plug and play candidate, as many reports as you might read. But, Ben Johnson's the name you hear everywhere, right? Let's see. Let's talk to him and see.
JP Shadrick, Westwood One, the NFL, Touchdown Radio Network, College Football, Jags Radio Network. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick, SHADRICK. Well, now that you have told the world that you're willing to be an a-hole on a weekly basis, maybe we'll bring you back more often.
Mark, Dave, I love you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. You can't say that on the 9th. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, that was an all-timer right there.
Right there.
So you guys can do math. That was funny.
RCB. JP's been there so long he doesn't care anymore, if you know what I mean. That he realizes that the new coach doesn't affect his job at all. Oh, boy. I made all my arrangements to get to LA.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm looking at the arrangements to get to Phoenix. It's a lot more problematic.
This is going to cost ESPN a fortune if that happens, isn't it? I mean, they've got it. But that's a lot of flights they've got to rearrange.
Phoenix
And this is in when you get a flight the day before, they're not cheap.
No, they're not. So Phoenix is technically Mountain Time Zone, right?
I don't know. Because they don't change. Right?
I think they're Mountain. So show would end at 8. That airport, by the way, is a cluster. By the way, thank goodness FGCU hired the obvious.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes past the hour. A home stretch of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. JP Shadrick. I don't know how much longer he's going to be joining us, Mark. Once the guest gets that comfortable, once they can just take us down, crush us the way he did. I don't know. Either he becomes a regular 50 weeks a year or we got to put him back in his place.
That was fantastic. That was an all-timer. It really was. That's good stuff. If you missed that or any of the other interviews we had today, Roy Cummings, Gary Danielson, go to millerandmoulton.com or any place you download your podcast to download Miller and Moulton. We make sure that they are up every hour, pretty close to when the hour ends. Our poll question today is a very simple one. Who wins tonight, Notre Dame or Penn State? Right now, 2/3 of you are voting Notre Dame.
I wonder
Gary
how much
Danielson picked Penn State. David Moulton picked Penn State. I'm picking Notre Dame.
Rooting for Notre Dame, picking Penn State. Mark is rooting for anyone not named Notre Dame, but picking Notre Dame.
I don't know who I'm rooting for tonight. I've got to be honest. I don't have any love for Penn State. I'm going into this game, and I know I don't like Notre Dame, but I'm going into this game with no real rooting interest. I'm just fired up because I really think it's going to be a great game. And I think college football has such a two-day moment that as we prepare for Wild Card Weekend and all that stuff, they got a standalone game on Thursday. They got a standalone game on Friday with marquee teams. I think this is a huge opportunity. I hope the games deliver for the sport because I think this is a great moment for college football, David.
And obviously, they got 4 big boys, too. Notre Dame, Penn State, Texas, Ohio State. They got names. They got brands. You can decide how big a name and how big a brand, but they got names and brands. And I'm with you. And I think if we can get 2 good semifinals, and this is usually where we get bad games. We have had very few good semifinals in the last 10 plus years when we had a 4-team tournament. Very few good semifinals. In fact, we actually had very few good playoff games. In the last 10 years, 30 playoff games, I don't know that we had 10 good ones with the beloved 4-team tournament. So everybody railing on the 12-team tournament and how many good games we've had, I don't know how many we normally get. We get so few good games that the good ones stick out. A couple years ago, the semifinal between Georgia and Ohio State. That great Rose Bowl, which was a semi between Georgia and Oklahoma. Baker Mayfield's last college game. It was a big upset and a surprise, but TCU jumping out to the big lead and holding off Michigan in the semifinal. We tried to wipe it from our memory because what was it, 66-7 the next game or something like that?
Yes, it was.
The other thing that I wonder, Mark, let's just say these games do really well ratings-wise, which I think they will. Don't you think that's another thing that screams to the folks that are running college football, i.e. the network execs and the conference commissioners? Yeah, you got to get away from the NFL.
Well, and this is where you and I have always had a problem with when they play their final game. We're going to go up, not up against, but we're going to go basically after all the NFL divisional round games when all the talk on Monday is all what happened over the weekend. And, oh, yeah, by the way, there's a national championship game tonight.
And I get it because ABC/ESPN televises the Natty, and what is their thing? Monday Night Football. So they want to continue to run, the title game on a Monday. But I'm with you, Mark, that I would run that game on a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
I'd just do it on a Thursday.
Okay.
I like the fact that they could have basically, Monday and Tuesday redo the NFL playoffs. By Wednesday, people are starting to talk about the Natty. They get all day Wednesday, they get all day Thursday, and then they get the reaction on Friday. But either way, I'm fine with what you're saying, and that they need to move away from Monday night, but I don't think they ever will.
Well, all comes down to money, right? They'll do anything for the buck. But put it this way. Notre Dame, Penn State, and then the number one draw in the sport, Ohio State, tomorrow night. Sunday Night Football did 27.5 million people for the Lions and the Vikings. Do you think that these semis can get that kind of a number? Normally, they don't.
I don't think that they will.
Okay.
Although, you point out, and you've pointed out many times that that Ohio State's number one draw in the sport. Notre Dame used to be.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that they've now won a couple of games.
Uh-huh.
I have seen more Notre Dame, and I don't know you're traveling a little bit. Notre Dame fans are everywhere.
Uh-huh.
And they're in. All of a sudden, I found out one of my friend's wives, she was a Notre Dame alum. They're going to the game tonight. I had no idea. But when this happened, and they're within a couple of hours, she's like, I'm going to the damn game. And there are a lot of Notre Dame folks that are fired up.
And I think, and this may sound foolish because don't they think this way always? No. Like we saw it 12 years ago in person. They were drunk and delusional in the fact that the Notre Dame fan actually thought they were going to beat Alabama that night. They did. We saw it. We were in and around that stadium for the 2 hours before the game. And the Notre Dame fan absolutely thought they were going to win. They did. They were undefeated. This is our year. We're going to do it. And when you tried to point out Alabama was better and it'd be an upset, they were like, absolutely not. They were drunk and delusional. But the Notre Dame fan hasn't been drunk and delusional since. Even when they made the semis with Brian Kelly twice, they hoped to be able to compete and found out quickly they couldn't.
But by beating Georgia,
bingo.
And not only beating Georgia, they beat Georgia at their own game.
And now the Notre Dame fan thinks, you know what? We're different. We look just like everybody else. We're just as big. We're just as fast. We can get players now just like everybody else. You know what? We can win this sucker.
I don't get that same mentality from the few Penn State fans that I know. In fact, we got a text during the show earlier that said, I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm not a Penn State fan, but all my Penn State fans still want to set Franklin on fire. And if they lose tonight, that will continue in Happy Valley.
You know, part of me feels badly for Brian Kelly, and I know that the Notre Dame fan absolutely hates Brian Kelly. But Brian Kelly left because the format was 4, and also we weren't openly paying players. And Brian Kelly said, well, with the system the way it is, you know, we can be top 10, but we can never compete for a natty. I'm serious, Mark. I mean this. If Brian Kelly knew when he was making the decision to leave Notre Dame that this was going to be the system 2 to 3 years down the road, he never would have left. Because what did he say?
Start paying players.
Right. What did he say? I went to LSU because I know I can get players there to win a national championship. They've proven it. We haven't been able to do that in 35 years. Now, guess what? You can do it.
The landscape has completely changed. And depth players aren't staying at the Alabamas and Georgias the way they once were because they can get paid to leave and go somewhere else.
And play. And the more they play, the more they get paid. So I'm not going to wait my turn anymore. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all next.
Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, wow. Roy reposted. I didn't see this. Baker Mayfield donated nearly $18,000 to a struggling Texas high school football team, which used the funds for equipment and then went on to win the state title.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. And now I'm seeing the Team Baker, it's Space Coast Vipers in Cocoa, Florida, not Texas. So I don't know. Don't want to do it on the air until I know more. Schefter put out a tweet an hour ago, and Irish football and ambient. You'll love this. Scoring margins versus playoff teams this season. Baltimore is first at plus 112. Then Detroit at 36. Philly, Tampa, KC, Denver all on the plus side. Buffalo's minus 15. Houston's minus 66. Interesting. So I know you don't listen and don't care, David, but Greeny never does his show.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
But I don't mind his sidekicks the way I don't mind Dan Patrick's sidekicks. And usually they were just doing the show. They'd bring in a host and they'd kind of ham and egg it. Yesterday, because then after that is our buddy Fortenbaugh and Chris Canty. They've split them up this week. Canty's doing Greeny's show with, guests, and then Fortenbaugh's doing their show with guests. That's weird to me.
Okay. Is it working?
Well, I think Canty and Fortenbaugh have a good show. I think they do. I don't know why you'd split. I mean, they haven't been at it that long. They're finding their groove. It just doesn't make sense that you'd split up a show to make sure that Greeny's show has, I don't know, it's just weird.
I thought I read that Canty is leaving that show.
Oh, really?
And doing something for ESPN New York, but I could be wrong.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, guests appearing on the show, the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. It's the Diamond District bonus hour. We're broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. You get the idea. The Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Who do you like tonight? Penn State or Notre Dame? 2/3 of you picking the Irish. Miller and Moulton are split. Mark's got the Irish. I got the Nittany Lions. We both think close.
I think I'm going to start at 7:30 like they say.
Yeah, I hope so.
Me too.
Even if it's like 7:38 or something like that. I hope the 7:30 is not a lie and the game's really kicking off at 8:10. And they're roping us into the pregame show. Just what America needs, another pregame show. Trust me, we understand selling things for commercials and what have you, but come on. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I can fix that. There we go. See? It's easy.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1493 we start when Christopher Columbus mistakes manatees for mermaids, describing them as not half as beautiful as they are painted. Thought at the beginning that Columbus liked big girls when I saw that, but that was just me.
Hello.
1861, a Union merchant ship, the Star of the West, is fired upon by cadets from the South Carolina Military Academy. It is considered to be the first shots fired in the Civil War. 1962, the NFL prohibits the grabbing of face masks.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you could clothesline for the longest time. Also, you know, that you weren't really down by contact. If you take a look at the old video, guys got knocked down, they got back up again, kept running. I mean, the way you kept them down, you laid on top of them till the official came over and got the ball.
67, New Orleans takes the name the Saints. Today in 72, led by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the Milwaukee Bucks beat the Lakers to stop the Lakers' consecutive win streak at 33, the longest winning streak in major sports history. Today in 77, the Super Bowl at the Rose Bowl. The Raiders trounced the Vikings 32-14. Your MVP, Fred Biletnikoff.
Yet Al Davis, when he handed out the championship rings, didn't put 32-14 engraved on the ring. He put 24-7 because that was the score of the AFC Championship game that they finally won to get over the hump and into the Super Bowl, but also because of who they beat, the Steelers.
Today in 91, baseball officially bans Pete Rose from being elected into the Hall of Fame.
It's a dark day. Seriously.
Yeah.
Big mistake. Big mistake. First off, I'm not sure he'd ever would have gotten voted in. But they went out of their way. They changed the rules so that his candidacy wouldn't even be voted on. I thought it was a big mistake.
Today in 2000, Dan Marino wins his last career NFL game, beat Seattle.
It was also the Dolphins' first road playoff win. And Mark, I don't know that they've won another one since. In fact, I'm pretty sure they haven't. Their first road playoff win since the 72 Dolphins went to Pittsburgh to win the AFC Championship game. Marino with a drive late in Seattle to beat Holmgren and the Seahawks. And that's right. Seattle was still in the AFC then.
Today in 07, Steve Jobs announces the iPhone. Seemed to be a good announcement.
Like that ever amounted to anything?
Right.
So, I'm sorry. I have a 13.
Okay.
I have an iPhone 13.
Right.
My case on it was falling apart. So I went into a local phone place and said, "Hey, I need a new case." And they looked at my phone and they said, "Yeah, we don't have cases for that."
Right.
And I'm like, "Well, why? What number are you guys up to now?" He goes, 16. I go, "Well, then you don't have a 13?" And he kind of looked at me like, "Old man, do you know how long ago that was?"
Why didn't you just get a new phone?
That's what they want you to do.
I know. I just got one. It's fantastic.
No, I went to a Best Buy. I found a case for an old iPhone.
2012 BCS National Championship at the Superdome. Alabama shuts out LSU 21-spit.
They didn't cross midfield till the fourth quarter.
2017, Clemson beats Alabama in a great one, 35-31.
I think it was at Ray J.
It was. And 2 years ago, Georgia beat TCU 65-7. Ouch.
Damn.
You could have been there, Michigan. I know you got yours, but you should have been there. Richard Nixon and Bob Denver would have celebrated birthdays today. Bob Denver, you best know as Gilligan. Joan Baez, the folk singer, is 84. Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin is 81. Crystal Gale is 74. Muggsy Bogues is 60. Dave Matthews, 58. Sergio Garcia, 43. And Princess Kate's 43, David.
Do you know the legendary North Carolina coach, Dean Smith, famously only altered his defense twice his whole coaching career? For two players, he played differently from how he normally played. One player was Ralph Sampson.
Makes sense.
You know,
7-footer, really tough to stop.
7'4", 3-time National Player of the Year, the whole deal, right? The other one was Muggsy Bogues, 5'3.5".
Wow.
Yeah. Thought it was a pretty good tribute to Muggsy Bogues that Dean Smith only altered the way he played his whole career twice. One for Sampson and once for him.
And Muggsy is 60 today. Did I miss anything, David?
You mentioned the iPhone today. You know what else was today? In 2001? iTunes.
There you have it.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to the New York Public Library for the good, where they celebrated the return of a copy of Igor Stravinsky's 36 autobiography 72 years after it was last checked out. They received a call a few days before Christmas. The book was checked out in 1952. Returned by a man who explained his mother checked it out, and the woman never returned the book. And 72 years overdue, the New York Public Library said, no late fees. For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where an alligator has been regularly showing up at the corner of a canal in a pretty busy place, doing it sunbathing. But now neighbors are nervous because they've not been used to gators in this canal, and it's really close to where people and kids walk by. Seems like a simple solution. Remove the gator and take it somewhere else. We'll keep you posted. And finally, the ugly. We go to the Atlanta airport. I'm sorry, the Indianapolis airport. I do not want to take down the Atlanta folks for this. Whitney Wyatt, a 30-year-old, had her 2 children in tow when her bag was deemed 5 pounds too heavy. And the folks at Southwest Airlines needed her to remove some items so the bag was not over the weight limit. She exploded. She dropped a C word.
Whoa.
A bunch of F words. And the N word.
Whoa.
Staff, did I mention she had her 2 children with her?
You did.
Apparently, the Southwest employees kept their composure throughout it. They did call authorities. When authorities came, she didn't relent on them. Keeping the expletives flowing and then playing limp when they tried to handcuff her, and she was arrested on the spot. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, January the 9th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. All information about that and other jobs available at capecops.com.
I got to admit, I always thought it was they gave you up to a certain weight, and then anything over that you had to pay.
Not anymore. Now it's got to be a certain weight, at least on Southwest, because it's happened to me. Literally have been there with our 2 bags, and we're taking stuff out of one bag, putting it in another. I've been through it. It's a pain in the ass. But if it's their rules, you want to get on the plane, play by their rules.
Huh.
Don't explode at the gate agent, for crying out loud.
I have to admit, I'm a little concerned that, everything's okay if your bag's 48 pounds, but if it's 52, it's not. I mean,
and if everybody had 2 pounds over in their bag, it could cause a problem.
Oh, here we go. You and the rules, the certain designated sign the scorecard area.
Sign the damn scorecard, David. That's all I'm asking.
Well, it's not signing it, Mark. You have to sign it in a certain spot. There are 10 games in the NHL. Lightning are home for Boston. Now they're getting ready. They'll play this game outdoors next year. So there you go. College hoops, we have a system play. Purdue, ranked, favored, on the road at unranked Rutgers. I got to admit, I hate the play.
Rutgers is playing horribly right now, David.
Well, and I think one of their two best players is out. With them, I love the system play, but it's a system play. We're supposed to not think. We're supposed to see it, and we're supposed to bet it. 6 o'clock FS1. We're supposed to take Rutgers in the 1.5 tonight against Purdue. Oregon's ranked. They're on the road at Ohio State, but Ohio State's a 2.5-point favorite. See, that's why it's not a system play. So there you go. NBA tonight. And I know, that nobody likes the NBA. I got it. Orlando's home for Minnesota. The Heat are in Utah. And listen, this is dumb, but do you take the Raptors in 15.5 tonight at Cleveland? Don't you think the Cavs got to mail one in tonight?
They might mail one in and still beat the Raptors by 15. That's the only problem. The Raptors.
I know the Raptors.
They just got whacked last night by the Knicks, right?
Yeah.
So back-to-back for both. That's the only thing.
Right. But I'm just wondering, Toronto will play hard, and Cleveland can't take them seriously. That's all. It's just a thought. Okay. Notre Dame, Penn State, 7:30, ESPN. Notre Dame favored by 1.5. Why do you like Notre Dame?
The way they played at the line of scrimmage, I love their defense. I was so impressed what their defensive front did without their sack leader. And he may be playing tonight. I think that the line of scrimmage will be won by Notre Dame, and eventually that's how they win the game.
I like Penn State's duo in the backfield a little more than Notre Dame's because Love is not 100%, not close. I also think that the unheralded Penn State wide receivers do make some plays against the very young and aggressive Notre Dame secondary. So you throw in a little Tyler Warren, close game. I do think Riley Leonard running is going to be a problem for Penn State, but I think in order to win, Riley Leonard and the Irish are going to have to throw for $175. And I don't know that they can do it. Give me Penn State 23-21.
Give me Notre Dame 2017. Reminder that today was the day one brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, 239-427-3441. 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location or GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tomorrow we will preview Penn State, Ohio State, and Wild Card Weekend and look back on Penn State, Notre Dame. Have a great day.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm really torn.
I'm
Oh,
sorry
we're
to
still-
hear that I didn't have your mic on.
No, we're still on.
And Frederick, I do like bullet bourbon. Goodbye.